Ivan Bujamis.
Man, it is Friday. Finally. That's right. After much week, we are ready. And oh boy, what a weekend's gonna be. Hey, I played D&D last night for the first time in weeks, and I didn't get TPK'd. And we gotta talk about this. So, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD, my friends. Good to see you, Fire. Good to see you, Samurai, in both chats. Holy shit. Samurai helping me farm that YouTube hours. Thanks, bro. Good morning, Brooklyn. Good morning, Sabine. Good to see you. Fox, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Damn, bro. Thanks, man. I don't deserve that. Good morning, Cedix. What's up? Strange Dog Creations. Wow. I wonder if they're an artist. Good morning, Jacob. And what's up, Ashley? Good to see you guys. Yes, we didn't get TPK'd yesterday. Finally. We answered the question in my duel with the other paladin. Would we survive? And we did survive. So that's good, right? That's good. I didn't get a dramatic death, but hey, you know, I do now know that I have an objective to maybe be the villain in the story. I'm starting to feel more and more like I'm actually the villain. I don't know if Ashley intended that, but I am starting to come to terms with it and accept it, you know, and my role in the story as more or less discount bin, great value, Walmart, Temu on sale, Arthas Menethil. So I will accept my burden with a humility and honor and dignity. So didn't have to do new art for it though. Hey, you know, that's pretty good. Didn't have to do art for a new character. I am surprised though. I was pretty convinced that Ashley was going to TPK me. I thought that there was maybe I changed fate, because you have to understand my character in this game is a bit imbalanced for one-on-one fights. All right, the way my character plays is basically, if you've never played 4th edition, the Avenger more or less, well, for most builds, but the Avenger in general more or less finds one guy and says, I'm gonna mess your day up specifically in particular. And so all of the tools the Avenger has, all of the things that the Avenger can do, more or less do that. So one of the crazy things with the Avenger is that they get advantage on mostly every attack. So I get to farm a lot of crits. All right, I get a ton of critical strikes in this game because I'm always rolling 2d20s regardless if I'm hitting or not. Good morning, Mar. What's up, dude? So I got a couple of lucky crits last night, which is good. I'm also using a magic weapon that does an insane amount of damage on a crit. So I think that I actually maybe just cheesed the system a little bit, and Ashy, you know, spared me. That's possible, but I don't. I feel bad because I was the only one that fought anything yesterday. So Olner, Ella, and of course Vixie all just kind of chilled. They didn't really fight anything. They were ready though. They were ready to jump in there if I was about to die, and I think that would have been funny, but unfortunately I did survive. So we're not we're not sure what's gonna happen, but I'm excited. I'm excited to see what happens next in our game, because I don't know how much longer this arc is gonna take, but I'm feeling antsy for the conclusion. I really want to see what news from the keep, I guess. I was playing a bard, and during the session, the rest of the party saw your character stats and spells, and we're like, after session, we need to talk about them and fix them. It was bad. You didn't have good stats and spells. Oh no. Oh no. You getting some power gamers in there telling you how to power game, or what? I end up fixing them now. I have insane stats and spells. Well, I guess that's good, right? I don't know how you'd hate have bad stats and spells at a bard. Yay, fix internet. Yeah. So my internet held out yesterday. My internet was out until about 1:32, somewhere around there in the afternoon. I don't know why. Called them. They're like, oh. So that was awful. That was annoying. I spent some time on the phone, and then it was out for a little bit, and then it was up for D&D, and I was like, okay, good, it's fixed. And that's fine, everything's good. And then about an hour and a half after D&D, I was just chilling, doing some message responses and stuff like that, and my internet went out again. So I have no idea. We're just gonna hope that it works today, I suppose. You know, it's done that a couple times in the last little while, and I'm really getting nervous about it. I think we need to switch our ISPs soon. There's not really many options where I live. Canada, if there's one thing you don't know about Canada and the way we work, it's that we don't have any options for anything. You know, we don't have any choice for basically anything, really. Everything's an illusion of choice in Canada. You know, how you could choose between this phone or that phone, this carrier, that carrier, this brand, that brand in the US. Obviously, there are large conglomerates and stuff like that, but in Canada, it's even worse. Like in Canada, we only actually have like 3 grocery stores. Now, we have like maybe 25 grocery store brands, but they're really only 3 grocery stores. For phone, we really only have 2 providers, things like that. You know, for airlines, we only have 2 as well. So for internet, we usually only have 2, maybe 1 if we're lucky. You know, some people have said that they've had 3 options, but they're just lying. You know, it's just still 2. So, yeah, I can't exactly fix it or switch it around or whatever. So, Didn't expect so many crits, but I did know the party had some level of interfering. That a little bit. I mean, I did survive based on the consumption of Vixie's delicious corn. So it's not something you say about your bro. So what's up, Ernesto? First day of the summer solstice, is it? It's the 20th. That's right. So tomorrow is the longest day of the year. And you know what? I'm really bummed out because I love the summer and I love the long days. And I always try and take some time and relax and do things around this time of year and enjoy the long days, enjoy the warm mornings, things like that. Unfortunately, I've just been underwater and buried with work. So I am planning on, before the days get too short, in August, I'm going to try and take August off loosely, and basically just stream and then chill, get off stream, go focus on health and fitness and go for lots of walks and whatnot, and not have to do an insane amount of catch up and work and whatever through August. But we'll see. I was hoping it would give you June. I wanted to take June off about 4 years ago, and I'm still trying to do that. So gross phone calls. Fox, never answer your phone. Never ever answer the phone. If the phone ever rings, don't answer it. It's probably not somebody you want to talk to. It's probably not something that you want to deal with. So just don't do it. There you go. Easy. You don't? Okay, good. All right, good. For your stats, I didn't roll them. I used standard array. So after a session, the DM let me change my stats and roll them. Ooh, I always like rolling stats, but people are whiny about it. Rolling stats is the base model for D&D. The point buy, point array, whatever. All these things are a newer concoction in D&D. We always rolled our stats back in the day. And often what we did for games is we would roll our stats and then decide our class after that. So you'd roll each stat. So you'd roll your strength, and you'd roll your dex, you'd roll your con. And then you'd be like, well, I have pretty good, dex and decent whatever. I guess I'll be a rogue. And if you haven't played D&D like that, you should definitely try playing D&D like that. It's awesome. Also, the only thing that made it 1v1 was you honoring the deal. That's fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Listen, I'm a paladin of nobility who's LARPing as an Avenger. Ashley, I would never betray my oath and my honor. I will question my attraction to men after Andy. So, yeah, that's right. If you guys didn't know, Endrick's currently questioning his his straightness because of one of the other party members. How about that, man? Mm-hmm. Yep, he didn't know, man. The other number saved, that shit gets ignored. Oh, yeah, okay, good. Yeah, if I don't have somebody's number, I will never answer my phone. I've never, ever been called by somebody who I don't have the number for and was glad for it. Ever. I stopped answering my phone, I think, maybe like 12 years ago. Now everybody knows to text me. I think I've trained people in my life really well to understand that I don't respond to messages in a timely manner, and I also don't answer my phone, which is pretty good, I think, I don't know. Screw point by, I want the chance of squishy wizard with 17th strength. Exactly. Sabine gets it. Yeah, I will do rolled stats, but you have to have a certain minimum. And if you don't hit a certain minimum, then I will allow the players to re-roll their stats. And I always sort of do other fun things with it, like say you can add like 1 to your best stat or 2 to your worst, things like that, depending on how the player stats rolls go. But I prefer rolling stats. I think it's better. I think it's more fun, because a broken character isn't really broken, right? And a underpowered character isn't really underpowered. If you really understand how the mechanics of the game work, it's pretty good. I like it. I started playing a few months ago. Can't blame me. No, man, it's first character. Like, yeah, absolutely. You're gonna make mistakes on that kind of stuff, but I don't know. Just roll with it, I guess. Don't worry about changing everything up just because it's not optimized. That's fine. 3d6 in order is the way to go. Yeah, Thorkin is the ultimate Iron Man D&D player. That's going to be actually, so 3d6 in order is going to be one. So we have rules for basically 3 different play styles, 3 different servers you can play on for Horizon. One is standard Horizon, which is basically D&D however you want. It's your game, you play it, get after it. Then there is also D&D on the Prestige server. Okay, you can play D&D on the Prestige server for Horizon, and that is the pay-to-win server. That's the one you can buy levels in. Yes. The Iron Man server is going to have special rewards. If you finish Horizon in a group of 4 or 5, On the Iron Man server, you get a special reward. But part of the rules of the Iron Man server are going to be that you roll your stats in order with 3d6. Yep. There's going to be other things about it. Permadeath, whatever. It's going to be a whole bunch of things that Thorkin enjoys. So try to convince my party that we should try rolling d20 6 times for rolling stats. They don't like that idea for some reason. Of course they wouldn't, because they're allergic to fun, Brooklyn. That's why. They're absolutely allergic to fun. If you really want to do the Iron Man, though, definitely go for the 3d6 and no no alterations, because Sabine doesn't like that shit. Used to be unless your scores also determine what character you could play. Yeah, used to be your scores to determine your character you play. Yeah, I mean that was kind of the way it was way back in the day. When I started playing, you could it was more common to pick your stats, but you'd still roll them. So you'd roll your stat pool and then assign them however you want. But this whole point buy thing, that's a pretty new creation, I think. That's like newer in maybe 4th edition, and then definitely feels standard in 5th edition. So, you know, last time I made a point by, I ended up with a druid that was dumb as rocks. Well, good. Because let's face it, you can't be good at everything, Fox. You can't be good at everything. And you certainly can't make a druid with cool antlers, because, you know, just requests are closed specifically to you. So I actually opened my request on Coffee a little while ago, Fox, but I made sure that it was like locked down so that Mithril Fox could not request anything. So I've been getting requests all day, dozens of requests per hour, just pouring in for characters of all types. But thank God I've kept it locked down and closed to you. So she was fun, headbutted things a lot. Yeah, it's fine. Yep. Third had a point buy, but it wasn't the norm. So many people didn't, or already had their established, this is how we do things. So 4th edition was the first one to standardize it. Yeah, right. 4th was like the first time that people really decided that's like the proper way of playing D&D. I never had a problem with rolling, you know. You're creating the character tonight just to request it. It's closed though. You can't. It's done. It's over. You can't request anything. There's no more sketches. Yeah, Coffee only has so many sketches forever, and then it's closed for good. We'll never be opening a Coffee request sketch ever again for anything other than Nyathar temples for Aduria. So that's that's where we're at right now. I don't know if it's where we want to be, but it's where we're at. TSR rep rolled the stats for my monk in AD&D. Lowest score he rolled was a 15. So I did once play. It was a game set in Final Fantasy VIII, in the world of Final Fantasy VIII. So we did this all the time when we were in high school. We'd play a D&D game that was set in a different world or whatever, and it was awesome. Like I ran a game where I had the world set in Ravnica, back before obviously D&D had Ravnica as a setting. This was during the initial release of Ravnica for the ancient Magic the Gathering players back in like 2006 or 7 ish, around there somewhere, and it was awesome. It was really cool. But we played a game. I forget who DM'd it. It might have been I think it was my friend John, but it was set in the world of Final Fantasy VIII, and I rolled a character up. Okay, I had a character that rolled 5 18s. He rolled 5 18s and 1 16, and that was the most heinous rolling of stats that our group ever had. Was 5 18s. On the 46, dropped the lowest. So they didn't believe me. They thought that the dice were weighted or something. I don't know how I would have weighted the dice, but that's the only time that I've ever seen like the stat rolling go really wrong. Because if you're underpowered, that's fine. If you're overpowered, that's fine. But getting like all stats that are like low single digit stats, that's never happened in any of our groups. But the most egregious was that one. Now, to be fair, we only played that game for 2 days or 2 weeks, and then we decided that we want to do something else for God knows what reason, because, you know, when you're 17, you don't, you know, attention spans, I guess, right? 5 18s to be. Yeah, it was unfortunate. It was unruly. We have a healthy Una. Excellent. Good. Is she still overweight? Do we still need does Una still need to lose a pound, or is she more in line with where she should be, Ella? But enjoy your 46 drop the lowest in order We've had so many parties that are basically 3 to 6 stats across the board in the old 3d6 method. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 3d6 is not good. 4d6 drop the lowest is fine. I've seen people say try the old 5d6 drop the lowest and the highest. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know if I like it. It's not my favorite. I think we'll stick with 46 drop the lowest. Let's keep that highest in there. We discover the real reason Ella makes dice. Gotta get legit loaded dice. You know, it's interesting actually, Cobalt. People asked about that at the convention. They, like a bunch of people, like once in a while at the conventions, somebody comes up and they'll say, "Hey, can you get dice, or do you have dice that only roll 1s or only roll 20s or whatever?" You know. And it's always like, no, sorry, bro. And they're like, okay, too bad. They always do the you should thing. That's always kind of funny. Like again, I know people just don't know how to communicate a suggestion, but I always find it really funny and kind of annoying. People say, "Oh, you should," and then they give their opinion, and you're like, "That's dumb." So I'm not going to. So people would hit us with the "you should make fudgeable dice" or whatever. This convention at GameCon, like 6 to 10 people came up asking for fudge dice sets. They're like, "I want a D20 that only rolls 1s," or "I want a D20 that always rolls 20s." I don't know why. I don't know where this came from, but it is kind of interesting because it's like, I don't think people realize how difficult it is. Like, it is very difficult to make dice that are perfectly balanced, perfectly loose, you know, air quote perfectly. But like Ella's dice are basically perfectly balanced because everything she puts in them, all the inclusions or whatever, they all have the same density as resin. So it's basically up to the geometric shape to decide what happens. So they're balanced. It's very difficult to get a perfectly balanced die like Ella has. But it's even more difficult to, if your dice are off balance, to control the balance, to control the like discrepancy in one direction. So making a D20 that only rolls 1s or 20s would actually be pretty difficult. It also wouldn't look that good because you'd have to include something very heavy in the mold, like metal, like a big like metal bearing or something like that. And then you have to make the die perfectly opaque. So it would take a lot of time. It'd be really annoying. And also what I found, and I don't like to make generalizations about people, okay? Because I think it's not nice. But it is entirely productive to make generalizations about people. Yes, that's entirely fair. Like an understanding that generally people who have weirder character ideas don't have the money to back it up. And so people will ask, why are all your commissions handsome elves, cool dwarves, pretty, you know, tieflings? I don't know, because when somebody says, "Hey, can you do my grung character?" and I'm like, "Sure, man. You know, it'll cost you $300 for a half body portrait." They're like, "Oh, I only have like a Fortnite gift card for like 200 V-bucks, or I don't know what like fucking $5 is. Sorry, can I pay with that?" And you're like, "No, dipshit." So these generalizations they happen, right? What I've found about the players that want fudgeable dice, loadable dice, loaded dice, is that they tend to not want to pay anything for them. You hear them say something like, "Oh yeah, man, if you had like a loaded D20, I'd totally pay like $20 for a single D20." You're like, "But single D20s from Ella are 35. Like, oh, I don't know about that. So, you know, it's not exactly a market that I think Ella's itching to break into to earn their support. So I don't know why, man. I don't want to make these generalizations. I know they're not nice. People don't like being told that there's a general sentiment around things that they might like or want, even if they're the odd ones out. But it is true. She's losing 2 pounds, but her teeth are pristine. Excellent. Good. The audience request for D3s. Yes. The confusion in the D2. The confusion in the D2 always gets me. Where you'll have people be like so offensively confused. They're like mad. They're like, "What's this?" And you're like, "Oh, it's a D2. It's like a coin." You're like, "Well, but why?" And you're like, "Well, because, you know, sometimes you want to flip a coin in D&D." They're like, "When? What class? What rule? I don't. What spell requires you to flip a coin to D2?" You're like, I don't know. Then why'd you include it? And you're like, chill, dude, because it's fun, right? Most people will see the D2 and be like, oh my God, your sets come with coins. That's so cool. And you're like, yeah, dude, that's awesome. They're like, wow, this is great. Most people are excited, enthused, right? But some people are very mad at the idea of the coin being included. They're like offended. They're like, there's nothing you could do with this. And I'm like, well, you can flip a coin for like death saves. You know, it's more dramatic. Sure, you can critically succeed or fail a death save, but it's more fun, dramatic if you flip a coin. So, you know, I don't know, pick a path one way or the other, right? But again, some people, they just get really upset about this, and I never understand why they're so emotionally activated, right? Because it's like, you're not going to buy a set, you don't want a set of dice, or you can't afford it, or whatever. So, what do you care that these dice have a D2? But they're just mad about it, you know, and I don't know why. It's always very like, Ella and I are just kind of sitting there confused, looking at each other like, what the fuck? You know? Lionheart, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, my friend. Honored to have you, bro. Good to see ya. Did D3s exist? No, unfortunately. Fortunately. Nope. Why not just D6 divide by 2, right? Because it's not D3.
I use a D2 whenever I don't know and only need one of two outcomes, be it pizza or burger for dinner.
There you go. See? Sanix gets it. Sanix gets it. Thanks for bits, man. See? There you go. That's D2. Do I TTS this message or just not, or just see it, throw it in chat and see if Evan fucking ignores it because he's bad at reading chat. I think the best loaded dice is just a D20 with like all ones on every side and nat 20 because it removes that trickiness to make it loaded. Everyone knows is a joke die. That's true. So that's what you would think would be the way to do it. Obviously, so I mean, that makes sense. The problem is if Ella were if Ella makes a new master for a die, so she has to 3D model the master, she has to design it, so add in all the fonts and whatever, the typeface, the numbers, whatever she's doing to make it like her die. Then she has to 3D print it with a resin printer, not an FDM printer, and then she has to use that resin, she has to like polish and fix up that resin print to then make a printed resin die. She has to just polish and fix that up to then make a mold and cast the actual master. So then she makes the master, and then she has to spend probably 20 to 40 hours sanding, polishing, perfecting that master very delicately, because any problem or whatever, any mistake will come out on every single die. So sometimes she has to throw away the master after 5 hours and then redo the whole process. So it's about 30 to 40 hours to make a new master properly for her. And the issue is, are there enough people out there that want to buy, you know, the all 20s D20 or whatever to make it worth it? And basically the answer is always no, because there's always, like I said, the issue is anytime there's somebody who wants joke dice or fudgeable dice or whatever, for some reason generally, and I don't know why, they never want to spend money on it. They're always, there's this like mentality of their like them saying something along the lines of like, oh, well, it's not a real die, it's just a joke die, so I wouldn't pay as much for it. And you're like, but it takes just as much work, if not more, than a real die. Like, but it's just a joke, you can't actually use it, so why would I pay the same amount of money for it? You're like, fair enough, but that's why then she doesn't have it. And they're always so confused when you tell them that or something along there. So something like that, I don't know. Got some funny D20s with 3 20s on it from the Gambler's Class, the Italian Spaghetti Fantasy. Also dice that are teeth. What the fuck? That's, dude, that's nasty, man. I don't want nothing about that. Holy fuck. What's up, Jam? Good to see you. Almost every sports game requires D2s to toss, decides who gets to start first. Exactly, right? But I guess they're mad, Jacob, that they don't know how to use it for D&D or whatever, right? I used my D2 this weekend for rolls my Circle of Stars Druid for my wheel and woe check each long rest. I'm not sure what that does. I'm not familiar with druids too much, so that's fucking sick though. Hey, I'm glad you got to use your D2. Damn, Savine. God damn, I hope you're enjoying your dice set, because I don't know, I'm always very proud of Ella's sets and I hope people enjoy them. The upset ones are probably rules lawyers don't think outside the box. You know, you're probably right, honestly. There's somebody getting like emotionally up, like invested, like they get heated about this, right? They want me to like answer for your crimes, like why would you have a D2? Like they get into it, they you know, they get a little heated. It's always kind of like, yeah, what's the D2 for? Oh, okay, whatever. It's something like that. It's nothing chill. They're always like leaning over the table, like looking at me like with scrutiny in their eyes, like you better tell me what this is for, right? don't know. It's super bizarre to be on the other end of that when somebody's like very like I'm a little more used to it because I will see being on stream for so many days of my year over the last 5 years. I'm used to seeing somebody get irrationally heated over something and being like, oh, this is just a barking dog. You just got to ignore them, right? Like this person has lost they've drank the Kool-Aid. They're not, can't judge them on the normal sort of like judgment that you would sort of have a conversation with a person. So I'm used to that. But Ella's not, so it's very weird when somebody is just another human, especially it is different IRL. When somebody's being like really like weirdly upset about something, you're like, I don't know, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, what are you so mad about, bro? I don't know, man. Making the D2 edible solves the problem. I'm not making the D2 edible. Actually, stop it. We are not making edible dice that ASMR D&D streamers can bite and chew and make weird mouth noises. Fucking weirdos. Like the DCC sets, think they are called funky dice. They include D3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 20, 24, 30, and percent dice. That's cool. I like the odd number dice, like D5s or whatever, right? Excuse me. Quality dice require quality work, requires pricier amount. Yeah, and I mean, I think people think that the fudgeable dice then wouldn't require as much work. I don't know. I don't know what their like impression of it is, but yeah, Ella always does get some questions about her like price point at conventions because people don't realize how much time it goes into like making dice. But it is always really nice when people will come back and occasionally somebody who did look at her dice and say like this happened this last weekend actually, where somebody was looking at my table, looking at Ella's table while I was gone. So it's kind of helping them both out. And he's like looking at the dice. He's like, wow, that's expensive. And he wasn't like mad about it because he was like, oh, geez, those are expensive dice. And I was like, yeah, well, they're handmade and so they take a lot of time, whatever. He's like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, they look really nice, but like, man, that's just a bit much for me. And dude goes away and comes back literally like an hour or two later, and Ella's like still gone or whatever because she was away from the table a lot. And so I walk over, I'm like, hey man, like welcome back, bro. And he's like, yeah, dude, I like looked at all the other dice here and like, you weren't kidding, these were the best. Like I had to come back and I really wanted this set. He's like, I was hoping I'd find something like it, but not as expensive. But I realize now that like there's a reason these are expensive, so I want to get these. Like I'm glad these are. I was really hoping they would still be here. I'm like, yeah, let's fucking go. Let's go. My man understands. So it is always nice when people appreciate Ella's dice or whatever. By the way, Evan, as we speak, I'm downloading Fallout 76. Let's go. Have fun, bro. Make edible dice, just make them out of jelly. It's so easy to mold it. The issue is, Jam, is selling edible dice. So you can make Ella could make edible dice if she wanted to. She has food-safe silicone and all that and whatnot, and it would be doable to make a mold to make edible dice. The problem is, there's no fucking way in hell that we would go through all the hoops required to sell edible dice. So, that's the issue. Where it requires the same amount of work or more, the price should reflect that, in my opinion. Yeah, I guess people don't. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that then if you have fudgeable dice, like you have a fudgeable D20 that costs the same as her other chonks, which is like 35 or 40 bucks or whatever, is anyone going to want to get it? Like, probably not. No, right? I think it's akin to Reddit backseating, where they don't personally want to buy it. They just think it's a $1 billion idea that you didn't think of yet. Actually true though, right?
Is a bitch and a half.
Exactly, right? I'm not dealing with that shit. Fuck that. Nope.
Imagine not already knowing that the meta for today is Jinzo, the card-turned player from the Dual Island series.
The card Jinzo? Bro. I'm not even gonna look that up today, because if the meta is cards that for dead, vacant, forgotten, who asked nobody loser games, that you'd still know, I'm gonna rate a Jinzo solid 9.4. Because I had a Jinzo. I pulled a Jinzo and it got stolen by this guy named James, who was like 6.5 feet tall and like 4 of me's fat and waddled around and just beat people up and stole Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So he stole mine, didn't beat me up, but he stole my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. He stole my red eyes, stole my blue eyes, stole my Jinzo. Piece of shit. But that's a good card, man. Thanks for the 100 bits. Thank you, Senix, for 100 bits as well. Good meta. Good meta. That's a high scoring meta today, so thanks, bro. Remember the 10,000 a couple of days back? With 10,000 what? What? I don't know. What's up, Nick? Good to see you, bro. Chocolate coins would do that, I guess. That's true. Yeah, that you could do. You can make them out of chocolate. Chocolate dice be easier, actually, than any other kind of like whatever edible dice. I don't know. Jim Ward ran a one-shot at GameCon or Gen Con in the 80s, where once you killed the big bad, a wall disappeared, and you were looking at the ethereal plane. You flipped a coin for pass or fail saving throws. If you failed, your character was banished to the ethereal plane permanently. Ooh, see, that's cool. Players wouldn't tolerate that these days, though. They don't want none of that. No, they ain't about that. They want full control of their games. And that's it. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing about like, because there is, I think, an interesting market for like edible dice, right? Like a really interesting market for it. People like request it a lot at conventions. I don't know why, but it's like probably usually on average 5 to 6 people will say at the convention, bro, like have you ever thought about, like, your dice are pretty, have you ever thought about making like edible dice? And so I was like, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to look into it. And I looked into it. Obviously, it would require a lot of space and a dedicated kitchen space and whatnot. And it wouldn't be something that I would actually entertain. But I was like, I'm just curious. What would this look like to have to be able to go through the process? Well, it's a whole fucking thing. And there's this vendor. Mithril, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Honored to have you, my friend. Good to see you. There's a vendor at GameCon, okay? And they're a little weird. I've seen them at GameCon and some of the other conventions, but they have no displayed license. They sell chocolate bars. Sorry, they sell chocolate bars of all different types and all different variations with all different trendy things in them, like Dubai chocolate, whatever that is. So they do that. I've seen them at a couple conventions. They have on all over their booth no photograph signs. No photographs. If you even pull out your phone, they're like, whoa, hey, no photographs. And I think it's probably because they're doing basically all this shit from their kitchen without a goddamn license. Because, good God, getting into the game of like getting the proper licenses and whatnot and bullshit to like make food edible products is a whole thing. And it is very expensive and very timely and very whatever. So there is not a chance in hell that I would go through that process. And honestly, anytime I see somebody makes anything that's edible at conventions or online, I am intensely skeptical that they are even licensed to do so. So I don't buy like food or anything like that at conventions, basically ever, unless it is like a more formal like food truck or something. Or like there was at GameCon, there was this donut place that's like a local place. They have like 2 donut shops in Edmonton, and they bring their donuts to the convention at like a regular table. So even though it's like not a proper business vendor table, it's like a regular table, it's still fine because you know who they are. But yeah, it's not gonna happen. It's the fucking edible dice, man. That's like a 5-figure startup thing. So hello Lexi, good to see you. Yeah, another mithril, right, Fox? God damn, bro. You're you're expanding your empire. Sugar candy dice, gummy bear dice, nacho cheese dice. I don't know about that one. That's a bit much. So, when the con organizers ask you for your license about selling food before they allow you to sell edible stuff, that seems like a huge risk for the con organizer. Yeah, you'd think. Yeah, I've had the same contemplations. Really. Jacob, I've had the same wonderances and considerations, and yet, look, that's not my problem, not my issue, not my problem. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the process is if you're like selling food, like edible anything like that. So who knows, man? Maybe it is a problem, but it's certainly not my problem. Let's just face it at that point. So, but I am surprised they still are like at conventions locally, especially because I don't know how they don't seem to sell a lot. Every time I'm like walking by, it's like nobody's talking about it. Nobody's walking around with their stuff or whatever. Nobody's like, acknowledge they exist. It's like, how the fuck do they make money, man? I don't know. This is weird. Be cool as a side business if you are already a chocolate maker and make chocolate dice. It would be great. No, that'd be really cool. I was thinking about actually maybe instead of doing something like that, like making dice, but actually asking a chocolatier in Calgary. There's a couple of them that are pretty big, about custom like chocolates and making like custom chocolate dice sets for an event that I wanted to host in the coming years. Basically the plans for EldaraCon, which I am thinking about, but EldaraCon's not something that I'm like ready to even make an announcement on. But it's something that I'm contemplating for the next couple of years, because a Calgary-based Eldara convention the more I'm figuring it out, the more I'm realizing how easy it would be. It'd be difficult, but it'd be a lot easier than I thought. The issue is just size. The problem is, to make EldaraCon work, I would need to have about 100 people attend. I think maybe between 50. Maybe the lowest would probably be about 50, and that's a lot. So EldaraCon probably is on the back burner in any serious way until there's a much more substantial and serious product that can be released for Eldara that would actually be worth, you know, traveling for announcements of and shit like that. So. But it would be very cool to have chocolate dice in the goodie bags. So with like the Blackwood Dice branding on it and everything, and cool little packaging and custom whatever. And ooh, man, it'd be dope. It'd be dope. So there's that. All right, today we have a very important project. A very, very important project. So one of the most illustrious Eldara patrons, supporters, and general individuals of quality is a gentleman by the name of Not Iduria. That's right, Not Iduria. Iduria has requested a sketch as the first informal Eldara request, the first informal coffee sponsorship, which is concept art for the Nyathar. Now, ancient EBA viewers, you will remember back in the day, I did some buildings, some concepts, and things like that for the Nyathar. They're very open air. They're very, you know, tent and kind of nomadic. Like, they got a cool vibe to them. Iduria asked for a more permanent Eldaran structure. Yep. He said, Evan Blair Art, I want to know what a more permanent structure would look like in the realms of Eldara for the Nyathar. I want to know what a temple on a mountain would look like. So I am going to pay you, Evan Blair Art, a commission slot. So instead of drawing someone's nonsense, instead of drawing somebody's hot bard for them, no, instead of drawing someone's cool dwarven blood hunter, no, I don't want to see any of that. I want to see you draw something for Eldara. I'm going to reserve a commission slot just for that. And I said, wow, really? Oh my God, but the sponsorship thing isn't even a thing yet. And he said, I don't care if it's even a thing yet. I'm putting a fucking request in, you dipshit. I said, okay, yes, sir. I'm so sorry. So it was a little aggressive, but you know, the sentiment was there, and I'm trying to do my best here to honor it. So we're gonna do some dope ass concept art to end the week off here on a boom for Friday, because man, I did a ton of coffee requests. I didn't actually finish any of them like fully that I did this week for Brooklyn. And send them out because I need to like take another look at them. And yesterday was a whole fucking thing with my internet, so probably getting my coffee requests formally wrapped up and finished today after stream. But this is kind of one of the next round that I really want to do. So
and then he threatened to commission Evan for anime booba character. Don't forget that part.
You don't want to like. Everyone's joking about the VGen thing, but like nobody actually wants me to do it. Like, it's one of those things, it's like fudgeable dice. Everyone memes on it. Oh, Keck W, Evan, you should open your VGen commissions for a heinous amount to draw anime booba characters in your sketch style. And I always say, that's not going to happen. Nobody wants this but anime, and they're not going to pay the premium for it. So Iduria can meme all he wants. He can break the dream for the meme, and he can tell me, Evan, I'm gonna do it. Fuck you, you better upload it. But at the end of the day, when I finish setting up my VGen account, when I finish that shit and I upload it and I open slots, I am going to be cast into the abyss as an evil, oppressive VGen artist who dares overcharge the poor VTubers of Twitch.
Every single time I paid you so far was for the meme. You won't win this.
You know, actually, now that you mentioned that, that's true. Actually, you have basically, Yeah, basically showed up to commission memes. I forgot the Geminos was a complete meme. Actually, hold on, wait. I might have forgotten who I was dealing with here briefly. Oh boy. For some reason, the Geminos it just disconnected. That was like a 3-year-old meme. So, imagine uranium dice. Well, if I started making uranium dice, I have B2s over my head, so I'm not doing that shit. Holy man, you're solid uranium dice. Yeah, let's skip that one for this week. I want to survive to my 40th birthday. I don't fucking know, man. All right, I do want to get the VGen thing set up just for the meme. But I need examples. So maybe what I do even more for the meme is I do the VGen thing and I don't put up any examples of the kind of work that I'll do. Just tell people that they have to support it, basically sight unseen. Oh my god, that'd be so fucking funny. And I'll put my timeline will be you'll get it sometime this year. Oh god, that's so toxic. The more toxic I can make the VGen comms, the better the meme is. All right. And I'll also say it's strictly no commercial. Hi, Ella. I killed the windows. Did they...
It's raining.
It's raining?
They're gonna have to reschedule.
Did they say they would?
They're packing up.
Did they do any of them? 1 sec, guys. Hold on, to mute.
Good girl.
All right, Yuna had her vet visit and she is very healthy. Ella was informing me. She's informing me. New to the stream and I'm painting with you? Dude, Panda bro, that's awesome. What are you painting today? I received many requests to draw a character if they lived within Eldara, but basically someone else's D&D character, i.e. Vesper. Yes, actually, yeah. So I received a couple of them in different forms. So the thing is, it depends, Sabine, if somebody wants a character that would fit into Eldara, that's less common. If someone says like, hey, I want a character that is Geminos, like your Geminos, basically a tiefling, but I want you to make them in all the sort of canonical style that you would make a Geminos mage, right? Show me what you got. That's awesome. The problem, or the more deeper version of that is about 4 or 5 times, which is not that many in the past like 3 or 4 years, somebody's asked me to make a character that can fit in Eldara canon, right? That can totally fit in Eldara canon and be an NPC. The most recent one was a shopkeeper. Most recent character was somebody wanted an astral sage that was a Windra. There you go. This was the most recent one somebody requested. So they said, hey, I want an astral sage like character and I want them to, I was wondering if I could get a portrait done and then you could use them as like a character for an NPC in Eldara. And I was like, sure, that's awesome. These kind of commissions are great. The problem is that they're not always apparent what that process entails, because the problem is that that's somebody kind of just like throwing me all the control. Because even things down to like, if it's going to be an NPC in Eldara, they need to fit within the certain styles and stuff. So the way the kind of hair ornamentation that Windra have, the kind of proportions they have, the style of like, there's just lots of things that are like, if you want it to be a character in Eldara, there's not much feedback then. I can kind of ask you some very basic, vague questions about your character, but then it's just kind of like delivered that. So, it doesn't work for everybody, but occasionally someone has asked me to do that, and those are always really fun. I'm always like really happy to do characters like that are either characters that fit in Eldara that are sort of canon friendly for someone outside of the game, or a character that becomes an NPC that I use in Eldara is awesome too. It's just a bit of a different process, because I think a lot of D&D players like to have, you know, at least a certain level of control. They don't just want to be surprised with the character design. And sometimes I find that, and by the way, that's not a bad thing, but sometimes with this process, it's a little bit more rigid than I would even recommend for a lot of people. So sometimes like I do stuff like that. Absolutely. It's just, it kind of depends on what the style of that request turns into. So we get orb dice with orbs in them. Yeah, maybe. You'd have to ask Ella really nicely. So, what's up, Steph? Good to see you. Hello. An old picture my dad wanted me to paint him a while back as a gift, but after awards, I'm painting the back of my MP3. Interesting. Okay, cool. Well, that's kind of neat, I guess. I'm having trouble visualizing that, but it sounds like a dope project. So, paint away, young painter. Get after it. That's dope. All right, so we got to do some stuff for the Art concept work. But I think I need to open my window first, because we were getting windows cleaned there. That's gone. Ella just told me that I could open my window, and I forgot. I was going to do that while she was talking to me, but then I forbore. But I got to put the screen back in, so give me a second, then we'll get into it. It's going to be a good project, honestly. I'm looking forward to it. And maybe we can help. Maybe we can make sure that this is a good enough landscape that Aduria doesn't want to then commission something on VGen. So yeah, that's the goal anyway. All right. Screen in. Window open. Okay. Good. Now I have fresh smoke-filled air. Once again, because I live in Canada, where it is nothing but smoke. Okay.
Oh, in that case, the landscape needs to
Yes.
look like an anime booba lady.
Oh, does it? Oh, okay. Shit. I'll do my best, but you know, I'll do my interpretation of that. Okay, cool. Yeah, rad. Nice. All right. I mean, I guess I could like put the I guess I could just throw the VGen up for this month at some point in time. I have it up here. I just need to connect to the wallet and then I'm good. Do I want to do that? You know what? For memes, let me do that real quick. It's right in front of me, so
Oh my.
we'll add a panel.
God.
This is gonna be
It
hilarious.
is the man of the hour.
What's up,
Hello,
Mel?
buddy.
Hello.
How are you doing? Did
I'm
you
good,
conquer
dude.
the internet?
I'm chilling,
Ivan
bro.
Hart.
I'm chilling. I am good. I did not conquer the internet. The internet conquered itself. It seems as if that's the case. Maybe this works. Maybe this works. Maybe, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if we can troll in VGen real quick. Let's see if we can troll hard on VGen. There's a lot to be hilarious or it won't work whatsoever. Just because Aduria reminded me. I'll do Eldara friendly VGen requests as well. Just to upset Koi. What the fuck is this shit? Okay, I'm not dealing with this right now. Alright, fuck it. Apparently VGen can't get set up for memes. Shit. Oh well. Alright, so our Nyathar temple. I want to record the process for this and make sure it's a really good one. Let's make a new folder here.
PSA
Yes,
for everyone
hello.
on the eastern side of the United
Okay.
States. There is a very
Right.
bad heat dome that will impact so many people.
Good.
Stay indoors, stay hydrated and have electrolytes.
Excellent.
And keep your friends cool too so no one gets heat stroke. Red
Good.
heart emoji.
That's what I like to hear. Warm summers. What's that mean? Like it's gonna be like just above freezing temperature for you guys? Does that like is that what a heat bubble does? Yeah, that's scary, man. Last time we had a heat bubble in my end of the woods, we broke all-time fucking records for heat. So, all right, Nyathar Temple. So, Nyathar temples are a bit different because the Nyathar themselves are somewhat nomadic. They're nomadic adjacent. They enjoy moving around and they have caravans and stuff like that. But they do have these really tall, shining high cities. There you go. In which they sort of build their art and music and everything that's dope about being a Nyathar into a vast cityscape, a very tall building. They like to build up. They're one of the few sort of like fantasy challenges I have of trying to make a fantasy landscape feel fantasy while building large structures. Because ultimately, I think it does kind of take you out of it a little bit if you start having structures that feel more modern as far as like how skyscrapers look and tall buildings and blocks and things like that. So the Nyathar are a bit of a challenge. You got to make them feel more Lord of the Rings than New York. You know what I mean?
Evan,
yes.
In comparison, that is 1 degree Celsius for you, good one.
Yes, it is. Exactly. That is the first degree of Celsius. Yes, congratulations. Thanks the bits. Appreciate it. Is hitting truth rate risk of hitting the wet bulb threshold. What is the wet bulb threshold? You have to inform me on this. Tell me of this danger and whatever it is.
We apparently are supposed to have it for 3 to 5 days.
Okay.
Here. Not a fun way to stay inside, but I'll take it to do kobold press reading. He good one.
All right,
also,
let's
any
go.
opportunity for height, I will take it. Being small is not for the faint of heart.
Right. Right. All right. All right. Nyathar. So we're gonna look up some Asian and Middle Eastern architecture here for some inspirations on how to sort of line our columns and pillars and whatnot. Nothing like mountainous Asia, like those big old Tibetan monasteries. More like, what's the like area of South Asia that like the Khmer Empire occupied? What do we call that place? That's more what I'm thinking, is some of the way that they build pillars and domes and structures like that. Layer different levels of cool buildings and balconies and terraces and gardens. Let's see. Maybe a bit more decorative than your average. Back in the day where we actually decorated our temples and made things look beautiful. We're gonna look back on the last like 100 years and be disappointed in ourselves, like architecturally, I think.
Spain also has a lot of inspiration for Middle Eastern architecture.
Does it? That's true, actually.
Look
You're
up
right.
The Nunnery of Montserrat. Smile.
The Nunnery of Montserrat. Okay, I'll look that up after. Let's see. Yeah, because Spain has a lot of cool, like, what? I forget the not the Berbers or whatever, but what was the kind of the war there between the Catholics and the Muslim? I forget what those two kingdoms and stuff are called, but yeah, cool history there. Thailand, Cambodia, well, the area, like that entire area. I'm trying to figure out not what the country's called, what that entire range is from like Thailand all the way over. There's a term for it. It's like called the something peninsula or some shit or whatever. So I wanted to feel ancient, but also relatively like like ancient in design and modern as far as the fantasy goes in
Spain
upkeep.
was conquered by the Moors for nearly
The Moors,
800
yes,
years,
the Moorish.
so there are a lot of Arabic influence
Right.
on the buildings and such.
Yes, the Moors. I remember playing that Age of Empires campaign, so I know all about it. Thanks for the bits, dude. So when it's hot, you can cool yourself by sweating, so your body can't wait. So you can't cool yourself by sweating. So when your body can't temperature regulate, and heat stroke risk goes way up, especially for elderly and kids. Oh well, Fox, you just turn your AC then, right? Yeah, no problem. You just if you're what? You just turn on your AC. I don't see what the problem is. What? Oh, it's hot out. Okay, did you try turning on your AC? Oh, I should try that. Right? Weird? Fucking weird? I don't know, man. I don't know. Anybody told them not to just turn their AC, bro. Okay. I want to be kind of geometric. I want to sort of so the runes need to all kind of subtly reference some Eldarin kind of structures, but without being too overt, I guess. You know, not quite. Oh shit. Okay, I guess I don't know. I guess my little Canadian brain can't make sense of that. All right. I think I have a collection here of some various pillars and columns and archways and things like that to be able to make the design that I want to, because I've thought about the Nyathar a little bit, but we haven't like really thought about or done any art for the temples. So developing a concept for the Nyathar temples is obviously I want to treat this more than just a concept piece, but I also don't want to like ever treat it like it's anything more than fully more than a concept piece. It's a weird balance trying to make up new ideas for Eldara. It's like if someone says on a Friday sketch, sometimes Cobalt would say like, "Oh, draw a Astral Knight shrine." And I'm like, I draw it, and then later on I draw something different. People are like, "But you drew the Astral Knight shrine, so that's what I thought they looked like forever." It's like that was a concept I did on a Friday. No, it's not the way it works. I reserve the right to change designs. I think there's a better one. Like I might actually add a breastplate to the Astral Knights in general. They might actually get more armor. I might keep their silhouette the exact same, where they don't have like shoulder like pauldrons and like lots of things like that, but they make it a breastplate. That may be a thing that happens for the Astral Knight release, which means I'll need to draw a lot more Astral Knight artwork then of them with their proper gear on. But I'm willing to, you know. Okay. I think I have some ideas here of what we want. I think we know. All right. All right. So we're going to draw like a collection of buildings, I think, in around here with these kind of cool archways and pillars and connecting sort of corridors and things like that. All the while keeping the kind of the Nyathar tents and tarps and kind of mushroom-like buildings intact, and then place some larger kind of like more ornate, maybe monolithic type structures up top, you know, just to make it look and feel a little more Eldarin or whatever. Well, you can go to Evans to wait out the heat wave in the cool Canadian mountain air. You mean to Alberta? I don't know about that. It's pretty far away, bro. Pretty far away, my dog. Or did you mean my house specifically? They're essentially too filled with moisture that it can't absorb sweat on your body, so the sweat can't evaporate anywhere off you. Interesting. Well, that's weird. That's why people say the humidity's the problem, not the heat. I don't know. I prefer humid heat. Everyone says you want dry heat. No, I like the humidity, bro. The like worst humid heat that I've ever sort of encountered was in Japan, and I loved it. I didn't have any problems with this shit. It was great, man. It was just fine. I thought it was a good time. I could have lived there 10 out of 10. I don't mind the heat. As long as I've got an AC to cool off in with my house. Holy. Which I wish was standard in Canada, because it still gets warm here. Look, we have our AC out for nighttime here, you know? I mean, your house specifically, for legal reasons, that's a joke. I mean, for not getting banned in chat reasons, I'd hope that's a joke too. I see, yes. Yes, of course. That's exactly where people will go. Yeah, I try and avoid jokes like that, Jacob, because people already have a problem with being parasocial, that you make a joke like that and somebody in 3 months is like, so when's Eldaracon going to be at your house? Which is why I might not even do Eldaracon anywhere near where I live. People can be parasocial and weird. India might have some good references for temples and such. India has some great references for temples. That's a good, yeah. I'd love to go on a trip, like... There's lots of countries that I just wouldn't fucking visit because, I don't know. Places have to be, like, exceptionally safe for me to want to even, like, go there. And people get offended at my, like, ranking or list or standard of, like, what is a safe enough country to visit. You know? So, I don't know if I'd ever, unironically, like, go to India. A place can be a bit monka. You know? It's like, as much as I want to go see Bizzo and Eiley, I'm not sure if I'll ever travel to India and South Africa, right? But it'd be cool. I'd love to go on a trip and like go to see all the temples and whatnot and go see the different ancient sites and whatever. I love like ancient history and being in places of importance. Like that's one of the things that the problems you get from I don't know, one of the problems you get in living in Canada, especially Western Canada, nothing's old here. Like nothing is old here at all. And it's lame. It's so fucking lame. Right? And I really admire places that have history. Like even Europe is like, you know, has some pretty old shit. It's cool. But like going to places where there's like an ancient world, you know? Like I do, like, I mean, the oldest kind of places that I've ever been to are probably places in Japan. Temples that have been around for like a very, very long time. And it's really cool. I really love it. It's like really, I don't know. It's amazing to connect with like a past like that. And so I'd love to go see all the ancient places in the world and, you know, it'd be cool to go to places like Iraq and Thailand and China and whatever, Cambodia. But again, I'm just such a wuss when it comes to travel, man. Unless I can spend a lot of money to basically do something from like the perfectly safe, luxurious side of things. Like I wouldn't even fucking go to Mexico. People say go to bro, you should go to Mexico. Dude, you couldn't pay me to go to fucking Mexico. Are you kidding? Fuck that shit. So like my standards are like really baby standards. People make fun of me about it, and you know what? I will take the heat. I ain't going places that I don't feel are up to safety fucking regulation, you know? Yourself safe, Evan. Don't need the weirdos near you. Yeah, I might do Eldaracon somewhere else then because of that, right? Steph, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. What's up?
How exciting.
Oh shit, Sensei Suplex. What's up, dog? Good to see you, man. Hello. How's it going? Dude, how you been, bro? If you guys aren't following Sensei Suplex, please go over and give. Sensei Suplex is one of my favorite D&D creators on the site. One of my absolute favorite, well, just streamers in general. I think he's an amazing dude. But seriously, if you guys are into the stuff that I ever talk about on stream for D&D shit and TTRPGs and all that kind of nonsense, go give the good Sensei a follow, because Sensei's one of, I think, the few D&D creators that have that like we had a really crazy cool boom in creators on Twitch a couple of years ago, and not many survived, but the good ones did. And Sensei Suplex is one of those creators that I'm so always honored to be in the presence of. So thanks for the raid, bro. Hope your stream was amazing. Hope you all were chilling, having fun. I don't know if you guys are playing today or world building or MMOing it up or what, but either way, we're doing some temple artworks. We're doing some concept for the Nyathar temples, as was requested by one of my illustrious pay-to-win, I'm kidding, one of my illustrious clients who asked me to do some stuff for Eldara, so. Yep. Appreciate it. Yeah, dude. You're amazing, man. I mean it. I don't say that about everybody. Oh, God. Your art looks amazing. Thank you. I appreciate it, Steph. Thank you. I'm honored. Really appreciate that. We're doing my best over here to try and make my art a little less shitty every day. And one day, my LARPing like a real artist will turn into me being a real artist, and we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I appreciate you. All right. So we're doing our temple here. And I think we're almost done our buildings, where we can move into our large Nyathar-like tent structures, as well as some our giant monolith, whatever that's going to look like. There needs to be a monolith here in the background for the Nyathar. Maybe an Eldari ring? Should we do an Eldari ring? Or maybe they would have built their structure, their temple, outside of one, like... I wonder, what should we do for it?
Sensei Suplex and Revered Raiders,
yes.
Welcome to the Dragon's Claim.
Oh god.
Here, we are led by our illustrious Crom leader, and we honor the sacredness of the orb. All hail the orb, the most rotund and seamless of shapes. Ivan Blahart.
I'm tempted to say thank you for the 100 bits, Mel, but I'm also concerned that the reputation damage isn't worth it. So, you know what? I'll just say thanks for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. The monolith can be behind the hill, not visible from this POV. That's true, but then what am I drawing? That I should draw from a different POV that shows the full extent of the temple, then, right? I feel like that I gotta change some shit up then, right? I gotta we gotta do our tents as well in here, because the Nyathar use a lot of like colorful kind of tents for shade and banners and streamers and flags, and they like their I don't know, their flowy cloth, I guess. There in Kornithar. They're fans of that shit. They always want that. Kind of like as if they have sails everywhere, you know? But it's really just to provide shade. Because the Nyathar come from a very warm place where the sun is very oppressively bright. Though where they initially came from, on a different world, they actually were in more or less an absolute desert. So they're used to it. Even though the Relic Coast isn't as kind of oppressive of an environment, they still sort of have that built into their kind of structures and whatnot. So you can draw the same temple for both sides. That's a lot of art, bro. Jerry paid for a landscape. Okay, let's not get crazy here. What are we gonna do? Start doing free landscapes? Holy! Reminds me of the time clients would ask me, or all the times clients have asked me, like, "Hey, can you do like 2 versions of my character? Like one with their armor on, one with their armor off?" I'm like, "Oh, okay, sure. So you want like 2 character portraits?" "No, just could you just add it on?" I'm like, "Oh, sure. That's gonna be an extra like, you know, $200." Like, well, I mean, it's the same character, so could you just add it on? Like, but it takes time. Like, yeah, but it's the same character, so like, I don't know, like, like, wait, hold on. I feel like I'm going crazy here. The add-ons, they're gonna get too ridiculous, too much. No, maybe I should for certain things like this. I'd be more tempted to do an interior piece. You know what I mean? Also, if you won Geminos and got a full hunting party, that's true. That's true. You did pay for 1 Geminos and got a full hunting party. I don't know if that was the right call, but that's certainly what happened, wasn't it? We'll have some flags as well, banners, things like that. Because flags are cool, man. I think flags are awesome. They're a great way to inspire some design work for your world. Draw some flags. Have them hanging off of shit. Is there something similar to Jabba's hangout in this picture, or is it just me? It is just you. Every time I draw any kind of a stubby, short, kind of geometric building with like the mushroom style roofs, somebody will ultimately be like, "That's just Jabba's palace." So there's something in our brains that, especially if we've seen too much Star Wars, that when we see buildings of this shape, even real buildings that sort of carry on this kind of like design language, we're like, wow, it looks like this ancient race of fucking, you know, alien worshipping, Jabba enjoying what. Now, every time I do something like that, somebody always mentions something about like Jabba's palace. So I realized long ago to not let that interrupt me from the design choices I wanted. If I wanted to make a design choice that was a shorter, stubbier, more geometric building without an aggressive, snow dwelling roof, somebody was going to, whether it was in Twitch chat or in the TikTok comments, say that's just Jabba's house, and that's honestly really good because it baits engagement on TikTok and YouTube, and it's awesome. Are you kidding? The compulsion for the YouTube commenters to say shit like that whenever they think they recognize a pattern is really good, Moose. So if I'm earning that again today, then that's actually pretty good. It's like a UFO on an old Roman building. Oh, really? An old Roman building with a UFO. That's like some Men in Black shit, right? I've seen that movie. I know the story behind that. Yeah, hold up. We've been here before. We know what to expect. I know what to do here. I've done this before. They just kind of like sails and stuff like that too, because the Nyathar are the greatest seafaring and shipbuilders of the New World. They are the greatest seafarers and by far the best shipbuilders. That's why their ports are sort of renowned for being massive trade hubs. And so Coralastria, the main trade port in the west, it's like, which side is it on? Is actually of Nyathar construction. They built the port for the Ducerians, who graciously gave them the land of Cornithar to settle in. It was an act of friendship and love, thus committing the Ducerans and the Nyathar to a civilization-long bond of friendship. And now they're homies. You know? They're arguably aliens to this realm, so UFO canon confirmed. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess. To be fair, in the story, the only people who are from Teleria... You know what? That was about to be a massive spoiler. You almost fucking got me. I had to delete the VOD. Holy dude. Holy. Oh, gotta be careful there. Gotta be very careful. Yeah, hold up. Wait. Think you can get me. Not that easy. Well, actually probably am, but you know, lore is important, okay? I gotta be very careful with my lore. I gotta be very protective of it. Even when the GMs complain, and they say, but I have to know everything about the world, Evan. I have to know every last little piece about it. You can't hide anything from me, for I am the great and mighty GM. To which I always have to say, I'm sorry, friend, but I'm not reading the story, not even for you. Yeah, if you need every last bit of info on how to run Eldara, from a canon perspective, and that includes spoiling every story I'm ever going to tell in Eldara, then probably not the right game for you. You're honestly probably just not that good as a GM, so no, come on. I wouldn't be toxic. I wouldn't be toxic. I'd never be intentionally toxic to the GMs of the internet. I'd never go to r/D&D twice a week to laugh about the things people complain about. That's, you know, almost had him, right? Yeah, there you go. Almost got me. Oh, snap. So, our Nyathar monolith. What do we want to put in the background here? Let's do... try some different shapes out. I don't want it to be a full-on Eldari monument, so we're going to do something a little bit different here. Do something... feels a little more sci-fi, a little more otherworldly for our Nyathar. How about? Floating stone, important part of any good Realms of Eldar monument. Never, not, don't include, stop the Nyathar stone. That's officially going to be what the t-shirt says. That's rad. I kind of like that. Now, south of Novalia, that's where the real scary monoliths are. I was trying to figure out what to put south of Novalia for a long time, and I had some ideas, and I decided to go completely just the other direction of not having basically any civilization there, but have it be more or less a civilization's graveyard, a cursed land, with some crazy shit happening in there. Some ridiculous ancient monoliths. Oh yeah, dog. Like, it's gonna be some shit adventuring there. But I'm not sure how much I want to develop that out versus developing another world, you know, because there's just so much to do for Eldara that I wonder if it's a good idea to try and develop, like, multiple worlds at once for kind of excitement, or if it's better to just focus on Teleria as much as I can. Or leave Teleria more lower res, right? There's that too. I think leaving the whole world a bit lower resolution is kind of a good thing when it comes to some world building. Mostly because it gives people an option to put their own stuff in there. Because even though Eldara is still a very specific project with very specific, you know, things for it, I guess, there is still a sense that I want people to have their own kind of like version of the world and take ownership of it. My intuition, my gut instinct is to let people do quite a bit of stuff and give them permission to do it, but never let that turn into a pressure to make it something canonized. Like, people will sometimes ask about that, about like, yo, can we canonize this thing because I really want this for my game, or can we canonize this character? And the answer always has to be no. It's why I jokingly would sell a promo slot for $5,000. You know, because the problem is, like, long term, I got to think about the world's health for the project, you know? And like George Lucas always said, never sell your project. Obviously things change because, you know, hey, he's getting old, man. But when he was young, he only wanted rights to his own stuff. That's all he ever wanted. I think that's partly the, like, success of Star Wars, is that he was able to always do his own thing. I think that's a very good thing to consider when it comes to, like, building your own project or whatever, you know? Creating your own thing. It's always important to do that. Maybe we'll add a little bit of that, kind of that Nyathar leaf archway into some of these buildings as well. So on Instagram, let me bring this up as a reference. On Instagram, in the ancient days of Evan Blair art, old TDC, whatever, old TDC viewers might recall a Nyathar building from the elder days, long past the age of reels. I have posted more in this year than I think I have on social media ever. Good fucking God, man, these pieces. Oh wait, that's reels only. God damn it. Okay, where's my actual posts? Posts, there we go. Okay. we're gonna have to go deep into the archive here. There was a concept piece I did for a Nythart Inn in the oldest days of the stream. Okay, we're getting close. Might have passed it. No, I gotta make sure. Now we gotta like scan here. Okay, we got runes. We got runes. We got runes. We got ancient scythe like weapons. We've got ink sketches. Okay, I think we're almost there. Gotta make sure I don't skip past it. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is what the concept was. I love how even 208 weeks ago, Fox was still trolling. You can even see the disparity of the mods. Even 200 weeks ago, 4 years ago, basically, almost exactly to the day. Actually, yeah, 208 weeks. That's 52 times 4. So 4 years ago. So I was doing Nythar stuff 4 years ago. But even back then, the difference between Thorkin's looks great, and then Fox's, yeah. Shut up, Fox. Just responding to a comment from 4 years ago. I'd like to think that somebody comes in and sees this at some point in time on Instagram. They're like, oh wow, this comment has a reply. They check and they see that the artist responded 4 years later. Just shut up, Fox. Like, why is this guy so mean to this person 4 years later? All she said was nya. What the fuck, man? What a dick. God, this artist is such a prick, man. He goes in to talk shit to people who comment on his art 4 years later. What the fuck, man? What an asshole. Cafe concept scale. Oh, there's a cafe. Okay, so we have these like tent like structures in here, these spirals. I forgot that the Nythar also had a very a large love of spirals and helixes. They have like lots of open air stuff, you know. A lot of this is open air. We need to add some spirals and then these kind of sharper leaf like, you know, with lanterns hanging type thing. Ivy growing down the walls, what have you. Palm trees. Okay, cool. Got that up. Roasted, actually, right? Yeah, it's kind of toxic if you ask me. Kind of being real toxic, honestly. Okay, maybe we can add some of that like down here. Do like a tent, like a spiral tent up here. Or something along those lines. Different buildings to... I don't know who would live down here, but somebody lives down here. Maybe some of the monks or whatever, because these are huge buildings, like person for scale. We'll draw person for scale. Okay, wait. There we go. That's person for scale, just so you guys know. Here we go. Cool. You see him? Right there. Ooh, wait. Right there. There you go. Arlie, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Honored, my friend. Thank you. All right. Okay. Okay. We're getting somewhere. What else do we need in here? The palm trees, though. The palm trees. I think we will reserve our forested areas for a different piece. We're a bit far away to actually be showing off, like, you know, lots of trees, and maybe we'll do like a couple of indications of shrubbed areas and that kind of thing. But for the most part, it's just going to be kind of a rocky landscape that curls up the side of this mountain. Giant stairs that kind of... We'll do little, like, buildings across them. Kind of like check-in towers or whatever that have maybe these large sails built across them. The fabric is kind of an important piece here, so... bunch of these archways you can walk through or whatever.
Visitors, how exciting.
Yo, Fabici, thanks for the raid. Hello. Welcome in, friends. Hello, hello, hello. How y'all doing? How was stream? What's up? What were y'all working on over there? Tell me of your stories. Tell me how stream was. Tell me the greatest memes that you conjured. The worlds built. The games created. The fun to be had. What's up? How's stream? Nice drawings. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. We're doing some concept art for my D&D world that I'm writing an adventure for. So all kinds of good stuff. Oh, you know what? Honestly, we need to do some Corelastrian style Eldarin runes in here as well. I forgore. Ooh, I completely forgot about that. Because we need to have built this on like a Duceran ritual site to honor it. So we'll do some of these like black Eldari stones jutting out of the ground as well. A lot of raids today. Yeah, 2 I think. That's a lot, man, for what is it? Before noon. That's right. Welcome in, friends. Please go over and drop a follow for Fabici. Say what's up. Show some love to our new friends. And if you're from the raid, welcome in, guys. I'm Evan, and I draw too much stuff for my D&D game. It sounds more like an AA meeting when I say that, I realize, so. I have a problem. I draw too much D&D shit. Is that? Yeah, okay. I gotta be careful there. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Honored to have you. Yeah, we'll be doing some concept stuff to finish the day off. I might also try. I might even deliver my sketches from the coffee thing to Dearest Brooklyn midstream when I take a break from this, because I think that they were actually both pretty good. There's a couple little things I need to fix on the second character on Bliss, but I think they're both good. I can properly deliver those. So someone remind me when I take my break midway to take a brief interlude from this nonsense and do some sketch delivery. And I need to get on making some videos, because I have a ton of videos like done, but I tried to save something that I was working on last night and actually wouldn't even save because my drive was full. So whew. Right? Doing too much work, man. Welcome to TTRPG Anonymous. No, we don't have a problem. Yeah, that's right. That's like practice some basic mannequin anatomy. Oh, cool. Doing some actual fundamentals. Let's go. Did you do your compulsory 50 sketches of for gesture drawings? Did you get all the way in there, or did you just do a couple little tiny sketch pieces? Mannequin anatomy, if what I'm thinking you mean by that is what I'm conjuring my brain, is good to learn posing and the body's movement structures and stuff like that. So good job doing the boring thing that people don't want to do. Remember, all the skills you want are on the other end of the work you don't want to do as an artist. So sometimes the more boring things are the things that set people apart from, those who make it and those who kind of languish in mediocrity. So that's the good shit I like to hear right there. Doing the hard work. Showing up for it. Showing up for yourself, for future you. That's awesome. Okay, how much ancient Eldari shit do I want to add in here? Probably not a lot. There's not going to be many mountains around here, I don't think, because this is going to be... Let's see where the map is. Let's look at the map real quick. Let's try and put this piece on the map real quick. So... this will be somewhere around Andorra. Okay. So maybe in these mountains. So maybe there would actually be mountains. So now that I'm thinking about this, maybe there actually would be mountains. Okay. So we could have a couple mountains in the background without you really breaking the lore too much. This might be just directly a concept sketch that we can use, actually. I'm kind of liking the way it's looking. Sometimes concept sketches, I'm like, we're on the right track for an idea, but it isn't exactly it. But this one's pretty good, actually, I think, as far as the Nyathar stuff goes. So we might just be able to straight up use this. My instructor recommended to me practice a lot of those to improve my characters. Yeah, I mean, that's great. Static posing is good. Obviously, like with anatomy, there's you know, there's a couple of different fundamentals that you can practice with it. The problem is that a lot of people who walk into the kind of the art space want to go straight to like stylistic sort of representations and don't want to do that boring stuff. But like, I mean, I'm sure, of course, I'm sure your instructor's kind of like giving you the real side of things. But for a lot of people who don't like have any kind of like formal training with art and aren't like educated in that way, who are kind of part of like YouTube art school or the self-taught crew, they don't really have a good like expectation of time spent on that kind of stuff. And it's like, when you really find out what is kind of required to build the skill, it's scary. It terrifies a lot of people. You know, it's like you ask like a real artist how they learned something for the first time. They're like, oh, well, you know, we did these like exercises for a couple of years. And you're like, oh, what'd that look like? Like, well, you draw like around like, you know, 100 5-minute poses per day for like a good 6 months. And you just kind of like try and like do the math on that. And you're like, holy fuck. Right. And it's always like really startling. It's like one of those things that I try and communicate to the burgeoning artists in my personal community, is like just the sheer amount of work required. Because I think that a lot of people don't appreciate it, what's actually required to like build that skill set up. So I'm glad you're doing the thing and showing off what the process looks like. The illustration reminds me a lot of World of Warcraft concept art in the credits. Maybe it's the background color that makes it look like we're looking at a book. What I mean is it's cool. That's awesome. I mean, so World of Warcraft is a big inspiration of mine for a good fantasy world design. I've been a very long time World of Warcraft player. I don't play as much anymore, but I grew up on that fucking game, man. And yeah, there's a lot of sketches from. I mean, I can show you. I can show you the sketches that you're referencing. Where's my well, two? The fuck are they? Where is our you go? Right here. So very unfortunately, the World of Warcraft art books, I believe, only came in the collector's editions, and I have a couple. But what I think you're talking about are these sketches, and they're kind of like displayed on this like parchment style paper, which is sort of kind of the look I'm going for, not because of World of Warcraft doing it, but more because, let me see if I can find an environment. I mean, these are also pencil, by the way. So like actual pencil, they just like weathered and aged a parchment so it looked more like fantasy. But I wanted it to look more like pencil sketches or ink sketches inside of a like an in-world like Bard's book or whatever. So yeah, stuff like that. Totally the right vibe. So whenever I do concept art, I try and do concept art from the frame of making even the concept art look like it's in-world, which, wow, like Blizzard still does it a little bit. If you follow some of the artists that do concept work from like The War Within on ArtStation, you'll see some of that like pop up here and there. There's a lot of paintings. I don't know what else we have here. You know, but these old pencil sketches I think are super formative to like, oops, the game's design. Like if you're going to be doing concept art for a fantasy world, why not just do your ink sketching style concept pieces to look like they're in world? It doesn't affect the concept at all. It's just more fun. So yeah, totally a vibe I try and go for. Totally a vibe. I love it. Whenever somebody like finds or sees like a reference or whatever that's part of the inspiration that I have, you know, that's like really cool. Like I get a lot of people at conventions telling, or like GameCon this last weekend, telling me that my art reminded them of old JRPGs. And I sort of joke with them that my sort of like influence came from a mixture of JRPGs and World of Warcraft and Lord of the Rings. Like not the movies, but like Alan Lee and John Howe's like original artwork. So you take those guys for like the original illustrators for Lord of the Rings, and then you mix that shit with World of Warcraft and JRPGs, and that's how I gathered my own preference for like fantasy design, which is always kind of funny. And Frankie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. The WoW art book, yeah, exactly, dude. I have 2 of them out that I got at a dollar store back in the day, because I have the collector's editions from every version of World of Warcraft up until War Within. I didn't buy War Within just because it's too expensive and I was too broke, and I really wish I had. because I have the whole set. But so I have them like safely, snugly in their boxes. But I have that, and I have the Burning Crusade art book out because I saw them at a pawn shop, at a fucking couple dollars at a pawn shop when I was young. There was like a pawn shop store that had a lot of video games and stuff and like nerd stuff in it when I was growing up. And so every Friday, when I was in like after we graduated, actually no, fuck it, even before we graduated, but every Friday my like high school D&D friends and I, we would like meet up for D&D, and usually my friend John got the entire day off. He would just take Fridays off. So all of our friends would have like school or whatever, because we were splitting our D&D group across 2 grades. So all the 2 younger members of our group were still in high school, so they'd be in school that day. And then like Ella was also in school because she was also a year younger than us. And then we were working because we weren't in university yet. So we took a year off to work or whatever. So every Friday, John and I would go to the pawn shop and like just make it our routine to like go look for like rare games and, you know, books and CDs and movies and DVDs and shit at the nerdy pawn shop. And I remember the day I found those, I flipped the fuck out. I think they were $5 each. And I was so unbelievably excited to find them. One of the best, I mean, art books are incredibly useful, I think. I have like a bunch out right now that I'm using as reference for a project, but if you're like every big artist that I know, like every very, very successful artist has a very impressive art book library. I think that there's something different about it that you can't get from like the Google searches or Pinterest boards. It's almost like it's because it's curated like by the actual publisher to like tell the story of the development of the project. So it contextualizes the art pieces as you're reading through them. I don't know. It's also different to see something in print. You get more correct and accurate sort of like color adjustments, things like that. It's a whole thing. There's a whole nerdy side of it that I won't bore you guys with. The non-artists that are just interested in silly D&D shit. I gotta figure out some aggressive shadows here. There's gonna be some aggressive shadowing on this whole thing. I think we'll lower our overall mountain range here to help promote the silhouette of this piece. Really got to figure out rock formations before I move into like the actual line work side of this. This is turning out though. I'm enjoying this piece. This is good shit, man. Daria had a good request in there. Okay, we'll do a nice large fluffy framing cloud for it. How about maybe we'll do like make it a more like long-term concept piece and do one of the actual realms in the background. They help contextualize the world quite a bit, I think, when you have like the other realms in the background. I do them for my ink sketches, but I don't ever really do them for on-stream sketches because I don't know. People start asking like, wait, why, whoa, what's the story there? And I don't really have a good way to explain it until the adventure's out. So. Okay. All right. I'm gonna go AFK for a sec. Give me 1 minute here. Grab something real quick. Okay, only one revolution. Wow. You guys are on your best behavior then. God damn, okay. Okay. Nyathar Temple. Looking good. More Coralastrian runes. I think the base sketch, this is pretty good. Might do some other subtle measurement things, maybe? What else do we need here? Or some more like monuments, relic type things. Giant telephone poles, you know? Because they need their internet in there, right? You can't have a temple without internet. What the fuck? It's part of the Nyathar religion to play StarCraft 2 endlessly. They're all god-tier Gosu gamers, bro. Where do you think they get all their skills of building from? I hope these kind of sketches look good on the recording, like doing the undersketch first and then the oversketch over top of it. Really, really hope it looks good. But I haven't actually made a process video out of Silesian's request yet, so I don't know how well it's going to do. Frankly, it doesn't matter massively how it does either, because like I'm still going to keep doing them, but you know. Nyathan Temple, reminiscent of Jabba's palace with the flat domes. Yeah, you're the third person to say that today. Let's see if we can farm for 5, and see how nuclear we can make the YouTube comments go. Because if we're getting like mid single digits, people saying that on stream, we might have a real farmer. We might have a real video that we can like completely farm out on YouTube. That's good shit. Let's keep it going, man. Let's I feel inspired. Appreciate it. Thanks, Dick. Put a salacious crumb somewhere in the corner and see if we can get the Star Wars fans real mad. Okay. I think this will work. Yeah, so like the city also has a lot of water features in it. I don't think we can really do that here. I don't see any real room for it. I'm not worried about the believability of like, where's the water come from? Like, shut up, nerd, you know? But I don't think there's any real opportunities here in a sketch to do that, you know? It's more of a painting type thing that would look good with it. I'm not sure if I really want to do these sketches in painted form. Kind of takes away from it a little bit. Takes away from the concept. Nyathar Temple. Okay. Alright. I think we're ready. Got an orb hidden somewhere in the image? Yeah. I don't think Gaduria paid for the orb upgrade, though. Yeah. You know. It's expensive to get orbs in the art, right? People don't know. It's tough, man. It's very expensive to get orbs in your art. You really need a certain class of client that, you know. Okay, I'm done. I'm done, I promise. I'm done. That's the last one. Okay, this is gonna be dope. I should really reference for some of these places the Final Fantasy X art book. I never had it, but Final Fantasy X did an amazing job of creating a fantasy that wasn't really based on anything overtly. Xanarkin's a masterclass in that. That's why I love Japanese concept artists so much, especially for fantasy, because they're irreverent with their designs. They do not give a shit about what thing a thing is referencing, what culture it came from, whatever. They just take cool ideas. Armor. I mean, they can do some really dumbass shit too. You know, that's when you can start getting like chainsaws in your fantasy, and like magic girls and shit with like big like Blackrock shooter rifles. But the irreverence is really cool to see sometimes. My favorite things about fantasy, Japanese fantasy artists. I like when they try and be somewhat traditional too, and like take their shot and their opinions with what traditional fantasy can kind of look like. And that's when you get things like Goblin Slayer or whatever. They try and be more D&D about it, more traditional fantasy. Still have their flares on top of it though. It's cool. It's fun. Shakes the art scene up a little bit, you know? Kind of messes with the mold, breaks it ever so slightly. Okay. Mm-hmm. And we'll slap some of these in here. Okay. Try and keep ourselves in symmetry for some of this, just because it's a little bit easier to build from. Then we need to obviously break it out of symmetry pretty quickly after we don't do our roofs and whatnot for each tower. Okay. It's a bit off center. That's fine. Wasn't too far. Not bad. It's been worse before, so, you know, I'll take it. Cool to do some of those like spiral or helix patterns on it as well. For the more kind of like formal buildings and chambers and stuff. Make it look old and run down slightly, but obviously nothing too crazy. It's not a fully decrepit building, it's just, you know, a little bit older. Maybe we'll add some of those. So the spirals, Maybe we'll try the more concave shapes that we have in our other Nyathar temple. It's a mixture of spirals, concave, and convex shapes in there, so I'll try and include some of that, I guess. Maybe one of our bigger towers. I don't really have any big towers or tall ones, do I? Maybe we'll add one in to kind of reference one of the Nyathar Cafe towers that we had. That would be ideal, I think. The implication of large stonework and whatnot built through there. Tolkien comes to mind right away. Really? That's cool. Why does Tolkien come to mind? And by that, do you mean like the Weta or John Howe, Alan Lee, or part of Tolkien? That's cool though. I started my studies of the Silmarillion, by the way. Started getting deep into it a little bit. I'm trying to spend more time off of my screens, away from my phone and my computer. So, I'll do my best here to get some reading done, even if I'm bad at reading. I'm still not convinced that I'm actually dyslexic, but I'm living as if it's the truth. Even if I remain entirely unconvinced. And the first real fantasy that comes to mind and how a world of fantasy comes to life. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. It was like, I went on this big deep dive for fantasy to figure out, like, basically how to learn how to write fantasy, like narrative fantasy. I don't mean just like, you know, world building and stuff, but narrative. Because like I think that one of the problems the general world building community has is that if you ask me, I think that there is an issue with world building when there's nothing that you're sort of like building a world for. It's a whole lot more difficult to have anyone give a shit about what you're doing if it's just in general kind of like world building, you know what I mean? I messed up this. Okay, that's fine. So I've been trying to figure out how to write like narrative kind of like fantasy. And I think that I'm just so dissatisfied with so much modern fantasy that I don't really know who to look to. I heard lots of people say like their favorite fantasy authors out there, oh, you should study this guy or that guy, you should study this thing or that thing. And a lot of it's pretty underwhelming to me. I'm just like not that big on a lot of modern fantasy. And I think many authors sort of like there's a taboo of Tolkien, like no one can really write like Tolkien, so like don't even try kind of thing. And I didn't realize how real that was for so many authors. Like, you're not going to be Tolkien, you can't write like Tolkien, so just don't even try. And what's interesting for me, though, is that I tried studying a lot of these authors and figuring out how to write stuff. And it seems like Tolkien is this revered figure that no one will ever achieve writing. And people will say things like, you couldn't publish Tolkien today. I've had people who I respect voice that opinion. And I think it's a reasonable opinion, but I also think that it's a useless opinion. They're dead wrong. Even if they're right, they're still dead wrong, right? And so the problem is, how do you learn to write really impactful, formative fantasy? And it's like, I think you have to learn from Tolkien. It's like, to do what I want to do, I have to be the first person to basically do it in fucking 60 years. Really. It's still worth trying then, if that's the case. But it means that I have to study more of Tolkien and also myth and... Oh god, there's such a long list of things to study. I agree, dead wrong went more like that. Yeah, I mean, I think the issue is just it's so difficult to do, and no one's been able to do it. Like I think it's safe to say there's not a single fantasy author that has done anything remotely close to the impact and style that Tolkien writes in. I think that far too many authors veer in the direction of like character narrative, right, as opposed to like world narrative and like I don't know. How would I word it? It's tough. It's frustrating because I'm not even sure if I know how to talk about it properly, right? But when I think about it, I think about like sort of what I want out of my own fantasy narrative. I want the Lord of the Rings. I don't want Game of Thrones. I don't want ACOTAR. I don't want what the fuck is the Brandon Sanderson world called? Whatever that is. I'm drawing a blank here for a second. I want Tolkien. I want stories that feel like they're old and that matter and inspired. I want archetypical fantasy. That's what I want. Cosmere, thank you. Yeah, and like, you know, I thought that the Cosmere was the thing to study, Sabine. And that's people told me like, oh, like the greatest fantasy author of our modern day is Brandon Sanderson. You should study him. And I started studying Sanderson, and it's funny because the one person that knows what I want more than anyone else is Ella, because she is the person in closest contact to me and has most conversations with me about it, right? And it's very interesting when she told me, she said like, yeah, I'm loving Sanderson. This is awesome. And I'm like, oh, it's great. You know, that's super happy you found that. This is dope. I'm like, this is awesome. She's like, yeah, but I don't think it's what you want. I think everybody was wrong. I don't think Sanderson is up to the standard that you want. And I was like, oh shit, really? And she's like, yep. I said, fuck. So I'm kind of screwed then, if you ask me. Wheel of Time? It's not Sanderson, is it? It's not part of the Cosmere, is it? I thought that was a separate project. Yeah, the Sanderson verse or something like that. And so what I want is to do the impossible. To make the Tolkien art and narrative and story. That's what I want. I want to do the impossible. I'm greedy. But Probably not going to get it. I'll still try, though. I think it's still worth trying. I think it's absolutely still worth trying. You know? Call the name of that is on my mind connected to Sanderson. Never read The Wheel of Time books nor something from Sanderson. Did he... What was his connection to that? Did he finish The Wheel of Time, Jacob? Is that what people connect him with it? Or he didn't write it, did he? Where in his writing journey did he do the Wheel of Time stuff, if I'm getting this right? Did he do Wheel of Time midway through his projects, or did he get known for Wheel of Time? That's how he got put on the map. I don't know the whole story there. He wrote the last book after the original author passed. Oh, okay. So did he write the last book or finish the last book? Like, was it already there and he just kind of like finished it off? Or and how do people receive it? Do people think that he did a good job for the last book, or are they like mad? They're like, that's not our author. Get out of here with your Sandersonian nerd shit. I think Sanderson is the go-to for world building. I think that he could be a great reference for fleshing out magic, etc. systems because he does deep dives into mechanics. Yeah, I've heard people say they really like his mechanics, like in Mistborn, I think. But long before Sanderson was like on the map for like the mainstream, one of my D&D players was telling me about Sanderson's like metals magic system or whatever as being really cool. But even then, I think that like systems of magic that are too fleshed out are almost antithetical to the type of story that I want to tell with my narrative. There's a certain degree of esotericism that I think requires a non-fleshed out mechanical magic system. Like, the question is, I guess, if you've read the Cosmere and also Harry Potter, if my reference is Harry Potter and the Lord of the Rings, on the scale of Harry Potter to or Lord of the Rings to Harry Potter, and if the scale can go beyond Harry Potter, by the way, where is the Cosmere magic system as far as like how much it's discussed and talked about? Because like Lord of the Rings, in my opinion, is basically not at all, right? It's just, ooh, I'm gonna whisper at this moth and there's the eagles, and you're like, okay, cool, right? Whereas Harry Potter's like, there's some rules in it, but it's not like overly intensely like whatever. Is the Cosmere's, is Sanderson's magic system, are they more fleshed out and more thought through and more mechanically delved into than Harry Potter? Is it about the same as Harry Potter, or is it less? Because that's kind of my only references here for magic. And I guess maybe like Wizards of the Coast, like D&D magic as well, kind of. But I don't think they really try that hard to flesh it out, the mechanics of it. It's kind of like, ooh, you use the weave, man. And the weave weaves. And you're like, wow, cool. The author's wife collabed closely with him. Oh, that's cool. That's nice, man. That's a good project to take on for him. Help finish the work. Too bad the Netflix version of the series fucking sucked. Or so I've heard. I never watched it, but everyone I knew who was excited for it was disappointed by it. The only person that I know personally that was excited for it and liked The Wheel of Time also liked Rings of Power and also liked the modern Star Wars movies, so their opinion doesn't really matter to me. I'm like, we're kind of in the different realm here, so, you know. You kind of have to like take the information of somebody, you know, somebody's opinions and thoughts on things and contextualize it, I guess, right? You know, trash his opinion like that? Ooh, shit, right? Renewed his terminal illness, so he was able to write notes before he died. Oh, that's cool. He kind of knew that he needed to, like, prepare for the next author. That's cool. That's very sad, but very cool that he, like, did that, I guess. So, I don't know. I think I still need to learn from Lord of the Rings, which is sucking. It's shitty. It's fucking shitty, bro. It's gonna be tough as hell. The sequels? Oh, shit. We said the word.
Visitors, how exciting.
Yo, Cyrene, what's up, dude? How you doing, bro? How's the art coming? What are y'all doing today? You working on comms or character designs? Or what are y'all up to? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome on, everybody. Good to have y'alls. Welcome in. The scuffed art stream. Yeah, your official art streamer is offline, and she raided into some scuffed ash bullshit. So I'm sorry. I'll try and maintain at least a fragment of the dignity of art that Cyrene does. But sorry to do fan art. What's the fan art for? Tell me what this project's about. Inspire me. I'm excited. What are we drawing? What thing has occupied your attention to deserve being graced by your skills as one of the most formative artists on this platform? I want to do more fan art recently. GameCon kickstarted the itch in me to do fan art for people. And not like big fan art for big IPs, but like fan art for individuals. There's something about doing fan art for a person that for me is like so much joy. I just love it. Seeing somebody, especially somebody who maybe doesn't get a lot of fan art or good quality fan art, I'm kidding, get fan art is like really inspiring. Really makes me feel like I'm doing good things as an artist. Some Bucky fan art because I'm totally normal about him. I got another Bucky piece. All right, sick. Let's go. That's all I like to hear. Okay, good shit. Sorry, I'm excited. I am excited. Your work is always beautiful, so I'm sure the piece will turn out majestically, and I can't wait to see it. If Lord of the Rings is the one soft magic system, and Harry Potter is like 3/4 because it has wand movements and emotional intent, the metal system in Mistborn is probably 7 or an 8. It's got a rigidity where you do X, you must do Y, almost like following rules of physics, while allowing the rule of cool and awesome BS to pull against the BBEG in the final few chapters. That's cool. All right, okay. I don't know. Does it take away from the mysticism of the world, or does it take away from does the lack of mysticism take away from it, in your opinion, or do you like that there's like defined rules? There's no wrong answer. I'm just wondering preferentially, because I have opinions about this, and I'm not sure if like what generally people think. You know, where do you think it falls in there? Because I've heard a lot of people talk about that. Like people will talk about how they love Mistborn's like metal whatever magic shit. And they'll also talk about how much they enjoyed when Star Wars wasn't like had no metachlorians, when it was just like kind of like woo woo, right? And it's like people will glorify two different projects for the exact opposite reason, and both say that that's like the good thing. And it's not necessarily they're not wrong about their opinion. I'm just trying to like sort of decipher where the things do it right and where they go wrong, and what things are, you know, good and what things are too far. It's like a whole big challenge that I'm trying to undertake here. I really want to understand what the general kind of like fantasy nerd thinks about that kind of stuff. Even if it doesn't like sway my opinion on what I'm planning on doing, I'm still always like very curious and trying to figure out how to make things more relatable, you know, or interesting to people. But I'm surprised you ranked Harry Potter so like low on the scale, like a 3 to 4, you know? I would have thought it'd be higher. I'd be very curious to see what we could like analyze as like a 10, you know, on the scale or whatever. But I'm not like that versed in fantasy writing, so there wouldn't be like a good, you know, wouldn't be a good metric for me. I wouldn't be able to explore much in there and say, oh yeah, well, of course, we're talking about Dresden or whatever. I'm just not that well read when it comes to fantasy. I'm well gamed when it comes to fantasy, but not well read. Takes a lot for me to want to read a novel. It has to be really fucking good. Real good. And the problem is I can't find too much modern fantasy that isn't cringe or smut. You know? It's really unfortunate. I'm trying my best out here, man. But there's so much fantasy that you're like, oh wow, a new fantasy series. I'm so excited about this. Turns out just smut. God damn it. Not again. How long has it been since we saw smut with plot? It's a whole thing, man. It's very tragic. I'm very upset by the whole experience. Magic-wise, the fantasy nerd in me is always fighting with the engineer in me. Like, what does the required energy come from? So my world magic users have to eat and occasionally sleep a lot to fuel their magic. That's cool. Magic both systems for magic. For me, it's just how it's implemented. I see. Okay, so it's not necessarily like the desire to have complex versus mystical magic. It is whether it is proficiently communicated and used. Sanderson wrote it in a way where we learned the system alongside the characters, so that was the extra new factoid. Oh, okay. Yeah, right. So you're like exploring at the same time, you're making those discoveries. That's cool. That is cool. Yeah, I do have intuitions about magic and in fantasy that I'm not sure if are correct, and I'm hesitant to try and communicate my opinion on it. I find myself trying to like sit here and like resolve big ideas that I'm not necessarily like super like, I don't know what the right word is. Big ideas that I'm not entirely confident in my opinion on. And I'm always hesitant to sort of like explore those ideas on stream, because I think sometimes people think that when you're sort of exploring an idea, you're talking authoritatively about it. I try not to. I try and always like leave it up in the air as like, yeah, maybe this works, or I don't know about this, or here's my intuition. But that's when I get stun locked, when it upsets somebody that I have an opinion that's like different about theirs than like elves or whatever. But I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced that magic that is laid out like that is what am I trying to say? The TLDR of my sort of like thesis on it is I'm concerned that if you want to have an impactful story, magic has to be mystical. That you can't have explained magic in a story that still matters, like in the way that like Lord of the Rings does. You can have like sort of theatric kind of like rompy, you know, popcorn and beer fantasy, but I'm concerned that like truly like sort of like life-changing Lord of the Ringsian generation defining fantasy modern myth requires mystical magic, and I'm worried about that because I really want to sort of like uncover or delve into my magic system for the Astral Sages, but keep it mystical as well. So opinions don't have to be correct. That's why they're opinions. Yeah, the problem is people don't often know that, and so they'll like argue with me about it, and then I get stun locked. And as long as I'm not stun locking myself, it's fine. Someone can be like mad about it, but I get stun locked pretty easily sometimes on stream because I'm like drawing and chilling, and I won't realize that I've been stun locked with like some dumbass or whatever for like 20 minutes until it's like happened, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I can't believe I spent 20 minutes arguing about this stupid thing. Fuck. Right? Magical smut? No, that's the wrong genre. No, we're not. 5 out of 10, it would be the anime Full Metal Alchemist. That's so funny because I was gonna reference Full Metal Alchemist when you said they were like going through and exploring magic and like with the characters. I was like thinking to myself, oh, it kind of reminds me of like how like Ed and Robo Fuckface, whatever his name was, but Ed and brother were learning about alchemy as they progressed in their training. That's like I was thinking about that, and then I didn't say it because I don't know, we were talking about something else or whatever. But that's so funny you mentioned that because I was like literally just thinking about Full Metal Alchemist. Okay, interesting. So that's what a 10 would look like. Okay, it's very defined, rigid. There's rules. Interesting. Okay, so Sanderson would be slightly like more than Harry Potter, less than Full Metal Alchemist. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I'm learning things here, all right? I'm understanding. We're growing together. Well, yeah, that's cool. Oh no, we found our horizon line. Now the entire piece needs to adhere to it. However, are we going to make sure that's maintained? Well, the answer is sloppily. Actually, just sloppily. Yeah, I think anime often errs more on the side of, you know, more fleshed out like mechanical magic. I don't know why. Maybe it's just like a Japanese sort of like cultural sensibility, desire to have stories like that, or if it's a medium kind of thing that it fits better into the medium of anime. It could be either one, and I don't know. I don't know. We do some of those Nyathar window type things up here. Big ass balcony, just chilling, just straight chilling, dog. Yes. Okay.
Visitors, how exciting.
Oh gosh, say it, Kyle. Hello, say. What's up, dude? How was stream today? What are y'all doing? How much progress are we making over there? What are we doing, say? What's up? Welcome here, everybody. How's it going? What's good? Yeah, how the pieces been? Tell me your tales. Inspire me. Tell me if... I totally thought I saw Yuna walking around here at the corner of my eye. I'm going crazy. I'm losing my mind, man. I'll see Yuna walking out of the corner of my eye all the time when she's not up here. I wonder if that's just a part of having a dog or like a kid in the house or something. You just keep thinking you see them out of the corner of your eye. I'm always so nervous about stepping on her, right? Like waddling into the room or whatever. What's up, Dark? Check store for what? Stream was great. I was working on Saucy Pick today for Necromancer, so we did co-working to Twitch. Wouldn't be mad. Ah, I see. Saucy, you say? Wow. That's cool. Hope it turns out right. I guess we don't know what the progress on it looks like then, because saucy can mean a lot of things, bro. And I'm not gonna ask too many more questions here. For cards, no pressure. Yeah, no pressure. But I'll remind you every day. Yeah, I appreciate the enthusiasm, Dark. I'm glad you're excited. I'm very excited for it too. I'm very much looking forward to it. I gotta do my promos for this month, though, eh? Gotta figure out what kind of art to make for the promo for this month. Need to make it something cool. Maybe we'll use this art for the promos. No. Actually, that would be kind of funny. Request promo artwork of something in Eldara. Yo, wait, that's actually a dope idea. Holy. Sorry, stop. How you getting, Alex? I'm happy about your enthusiasm. It makes me very happy that you're excited about the project, because I'm very excited about my projects, and I like knowing that people give a shit. So, no, I appreciate it, man. It means a lot that you want to see the cool things that I want to do, hopefully. Well, the things that I want to do that I'm hopefully are cool. There we go. There we go. I worded that right eventually. But good to see you as well, Dark. Hope you're doing well, my man. I mean, I'm so intrigued. I'm like intrigued to know what Say's doing for you. At the same time, I feel like I don't want to know. So I gotta like figure out how to let my curiosity die right now. A Nyathar? Yeah, right. An actual Nyathar. A core Nyathar, they said. A succubus. Ooh. A succubus. A World of Warcraft succubus? That's cool. Never had anybody ask me to draw a succubi. I don't know why. I do tieflings so well. Maybe Addie was secretly a succubus. I knew I couldn't trust Brooklyn's honest intentions. I guess artists get known for things, right? You fit into a niche and people are like, hey, if I want this, I'm gonna ask this artist for it. Which is a good thing, I suppose, you know? You get known for something by your community or by the greater artists on social media or what have you. How'd you know? Yeah, right. Goddamn. Brooklyn, I only need to be spoken to in crayon at least 6 days a week. 1 day a week. I'm actually pretty sharp. I don't know why I'm saying that, because it's certainly not today, so... You know. Really? Wait, really what? That nobody's asked me to draw a succubus for them? Really? Seth, there are many things in fantasy that people have not asked me to draw. It's just the way it works, you know? It's the kind of just the way it goes. There's many things. Never drawn, for instance, a goblin, a kobold, a bugbear, a beholder. Oh no, I did a beholder. I did a beholder for myself. I forgot. What other things? Succubus, incubus, even. Ooh boy. A lot of things. Tasteful, but someone might be offended by a fully clothed woman with her thighs spread. Yeah. Yeah, that's that could get you in trouble on Twitch. I should have worked on that on the week of the Twitch art category Wild West. What a week that was. Oh my god. Maybe the best Wild with me though? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You ask artists for stuff that they are known for. Did I do something wrong then? No. No, that's why it's just taking me so long to figure out. It's because it's something that I don't know how to do. It's why, like, so somebody asked me about taking a commission for something, like, I forget what it was the other day. Whatever, it doesn't matter. But it's something that I don't know how to do. And they said something that I hear often, which isn't a bad thing. I'm not throwing shade. But they said, I would love to challenge you. I don't remember who that was. If you guys remember, if it was one of you guys in chat, remind me. They said, I'd love to challenge you to do whatever this thing was. And no, for commissions, I don't want to be challenged whatsoever. No, that's completely something I don't want for commissions. A challenge on a commission? Absolutely not. I don't take commissions to be challenged. Commissions are supposed to be something that I know I can deliver, and I know the time I can deliver it in. I know that people are going to be happy with the product I deliver for them, and I know that the timeline is something that I'm not going to regret. So I've taken some pretty big projects that are like very challenging commissions, and it's been a learning experience for me that, like, no, I only take commissions for things that I know that I can do, I know how to do it, and I know I'm going to do a good job for it, and I know how long it's going to take me to do it. Right? It's one of the reasons why I don't do anthro commissions, because it's like, I don't know, you want me to draw your rat man for you? I don't know how that's going to take me to figure out how to draw a rat man and not make it look fucking weird and furry. You know? Like, the last commission I did that was sort of an anthro piece was for the Aarakocra I did for Anastasia. And it was awesome. It was really fun. And it was a challenge, but it was a challenge on my own timeline. And it took me 4 attempts. I drew Clara 4 times. 4 2-hour sketches. 8 hours of Clara to try and get this little Aarakocra looking good. Because it's just not something I know how to do. So it's one of the reasons why, like, anthros are just commissions that I just don't take, because I don't fucking know how long it's gonna take me to figure this shit out. Draw some anthro thing without making it look weird and furry and like too cartoony, or just like an animal head on top of a body or whatever. That's weird too. It's a really difficult thing to try and get right for people, but I don't ever want to take a commission for something that's gonna either feel like I'm locked in and I'm getting like, you know, I'm screwing myself out of like pay from other commissions that I could have taken instead, or I'm delivering something that they're kind of like meh about. I never want a person who commissions me to do anything to feel regretted for asking me to handle whatever idea it is that they want, you know? You've done an Aasimar in their Radiant Soul form with their wings out and such? No, but I have drawn like angels and things like that. So very similar. Actually, I'm working on an angel piece. So angels are creatures that I haven't ever really talked about for Tolarian canon, but they exist. And the angels, there's not many of them. And they're not going to be called the angels, but they're basically angels. And I'm trying to work on a painting. I have 5 paintings I want to do in the next, like, before the end of the year that are very big, ambitious paintings. One is a dragon, one is an angel, and a couple of other ones. But so no, I mean, I like the idea of doing Aasimar in their kind of like Deva-like form, like, absolutely, right? I have them in mind possible for a full commission of Valerica someday. Yeah, that'd be dope, honestly. Angels are really tough because the problem is most angel pieces I see, artists get a couple things wrong. They get one of 2 things wrong. They either get, and I'm not throwing shade at every artist, just most of them. Even on big, like, you know, IPs and stuff like that, they get a couple things wrong. They, one, either get horns wrong, right? The actual, like, when you're trying to take a cylinder and you're just like putting a cylinder out that like curves from a head, the perspective on horns are always wrong. Or people really get wrong the perspective on wings. When you have wings for a character, it's actually pretty difficult to do. And I see a lot of really, like, even Magic the Gathering cards, I see a lot of like really bad wings for angels. So the perspective on them is really, really a challenge, because it's such a complicated shape to have in like symmetry on the character. Do you want me to commission you to draw something saucy? I have no doubt you could. Just figure that wasn't interested, since you wouldn't want to cross post it everywhere. Yeah, I mean, I that's the thing, is I'm willing to take commissions like that. I just, you know, I just don't, because it costs a lot more for me to do something that's contract NDA or that I can't post. So yeah, you're absolutely right. No, you don't need to commission me to do something saucy. I'm totally good. I appreciate the offer, but I'm all Gucci. Your intuitions were correct. You're definitely right about that. Because like the problem is once you go down that road, you can't come back. You can draw 10,000 modest, fully clothed characters, and you draw one hot anime booba girl, and now you're a hentai artist for the rest of your career. You'll never shake that. You know, saucy's like one thing, but I guess I'm talking about more. Whatever. So I want to work on art and just vibe without pressure, feeling like I should be perfect. So the co-working streams are just right for that, because then I can still work and hang out with my chat. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Those are cool. I kind of do that with my alt channel stream a little bit at nighttime. Definitely that's more of the vibe for Project Evangeline, which things are happening, let's just say in late July with Project Evangeline. I don't want to spoil anything, but we got some plans, bro. We got some plans. The only angel I've seen you do is Minnie and Ribbon. Yeah, I guess those are kind of angels. I guess, yeah, if you want to see the way that I sort of handle wings... Maybe Minnie? Is that this isn't fully maybe the way that I like sort of fully handle wings, but ooh, what the fuck was that? But this was a piece of an angelic character I did. It's a little more anime and a little more cartoony than maybe what I usually do, but it was for Minnie. So what the fuck is that? Okay, whatever. It was for Minnie, and I try and do the VTuber art thing as like kind of a what is this weird lines here in the top and bottom? I'm so confused. Doesn't matter. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, man. Art style is difficult. What's your equivalent of devil or demon? So devils aren't really creatures that I have all that much interest in as far as like storytelling. I don't think they're actually that useful for the fantasy I want to tell. I think devils are almost exclusively always done improperly. I don't like almost any iteration of devils. I think the devils aren't treated with the kind of reverence that they should be. We've talked about this before, that I think that the best sort of incarnation of a devil was the Satan from Constantine. That's a devil to me. They should be fucking terrifying. I thought that Raphael was like a terrible fucking character to describe like devils. So campy and cringe. I know a lot of people loved Raphael and from Baldur's Gate 3, and they love his fucking song and shit and whatnot. And sure, it's all fun and it fits into Baldur's Gate 3, but it doesn't fit into the kind of fantasy that I'm trying to tell. And so devils are not something I'm particularly interested in trying to like tackle, because I just don't think that they'd be things that I'd want to like devils plural is kind of like the problem with dragons plural. Like I have dragon ... plural in my world. I don't have dragons. It's not like dragons are like there's like 1,000 of them. There's like a couple dragons and you know all their names. They're not creatures that are very like well known or populated all over the place, and you can go ride a dragon, go find a dragon, go kill a dragon. No, I want to treat dragons with a reverence, and I think devils should be treated with a reverence as well, for my style of fantasy that I'm trying to write. And so for me, I'm not really thinking of devils. Demons are also in a similar way. I think a lot of things do demons well, but demons for me are irredeemable monsters. There's no like demonic creature that is like good. For me, a demon is a manifestation of the worst parts of the human experience. The worst like sins and emotions of terror and dread and you know, those kind of things. I don't want to have demons be like cute or you know, attractive or whatever. There's none of that shit. Demons are going to be, when you encounter demons in Eldara, they're going to be a terrifying experience. There's no redemptive quality to them. There's no relatability to them. There's no, you know, reasoning with them. Demons are just monsters. Very sophisticated, very pained, villainous monsters, completely one-dimensional. You know? From a semi-realism, not anime, booba girl at least, so I'm gonna be quite tasteful. I don't mind. There you go. Okay, cool. Attractive, powerful, confident lady. Yep. Constantine was good. Well, yeah, like I can't tell you all the reasons why I liked, you know, fucking demons from Constantine, or sorry, the devil from Constantine was the perfect iteration of it, and why Raphael from Baldur's Gate wasn't my cup of tea. But I think that when I say that, people generally understand what I mean. You know, Like when I say I want devils to have devils or devil, whatever it is, but let's just pluralize devils. I want devils to feel otherworldly, non-relatable, and uncanny and very off-putting and unsettling. And I just don't think Raphael was that. You know, I just personally don't think that hit for Raphael. He was too, I don't know, too like they're trying to make him relatable or something like that, you know. And that's fine for his like on Baldur's Gate sort of vibes, but when you go to his lair and you find out that he is just kind of like, you know, he's very relatable in some ways, I just found that was like really a letdown for me. But the thing is, I also understand a lot of people loved everything about Raphael as a character and as the level that you went to for Raphael, and people love that shit. And so I know that I'm in the minority here, but there's no amount of justification anyone's actually managed to throw at me to make me change my mind on it. I still think that it was like too much of an eye roll. It's kind of like Raphael is one of my like unpopular opinions that I have. There's kind of like D&D movie-esque. Everyone disagrees with me and nobody's convinced me that I'm wrong. You know? Like that kind of thing, eh? It's one of those type of things. I'm meeting for the LARP trip, so I'll be off now. Have a great day, dude. Take care, Say. Thanks for the raid. Hope the piece turns out. You're amazing. Go do the cool thing, and I'll catch you later. A whole LARP trip. Sounds like a jam. I love how much Say is into LARP. I love how passionate that community is. It's awesome. Anyone who I know who's a LARPer is like, that's their jam, dude. That's what they're into. That's their fucking thing. I love that. I love people being passionate about like dope ass hobbies like that. I'm so envious of it. Hello, Silesian. Good morning, my friend. What's up? Good to see ya. Good to see ya, dude. Yeah, I've really grown to respect and love whenever there's things that I'm like really into, you know, hobbies or whatever. So when I see people who are like at GameCon, there's a huge contingency of 40k players. I love 40k players. I love how much they're into their shit, how happy it makes them, you know, how excited they are for new releases and new things within their hobby. Like, that's just dope, man. I remember what it's like to be that excited for releases for things. People are just so negative these days about their hobbies that it's like, ugh. Missing the days of excitement of, you know, old Blizzard and old Star Wars and whatever. Healed me, so it holds a special place in my heart. All civilians are rad. I appreciate that, Say. Have a good meeting, though. I'm not sure what the meeting's about, but it goes well. Never know what a meeting means, you know? Cat. 40k players, LARPers, people who are really into their D&D game. It's just awesome. It's awesome when there's something you can look forward to all the time. You know? That's what I want Eldara to be at some point in time. I want people to actually be very, very excited about things for Eldara. And have there be releases to be excited for. Like, bro, can you believe that the new, like, adventure's coming out this weekend? I'm so excited, man. I pre-ordered my copy. That's what I want. I want the nerds to come out for it and be excited about this shit. About Realms of Eldara projects. I can get my wrist to break, bro. Plucci, salve. What's up, Plucci? Group I go with is international, so we have regular meetings for camp planning, leadership, information for the new players, etc. Sometimes it's just a hangout. Oh, okay, that's reasonable. Yeah, trying to get everyone together for camping's the one thing I can't do for Ren fairs. There's like a whole culture of like vendors. We're going to 3 Ren fairs this year for Ella for Dice, and that's like a big thing. People are like, "Yo, we're all camping out for Ren fair." I'm like, "Bitch, I want a shower. I want a clean ass shower. I don't want to camp out." But I think you're doing like a LARP event. Probably camping is more like in line with it. Especially if you can do some LARP camp, like get a canvas tent and like, I don't know, some wool blankets and shit. It's probably very fun to dive into the whole experience. You're really passionate about things like hobbies. Amazing. It makes me smile. Yeah, it makes me smile too, because I like seeing people excited about things that you know. I don't know. There's just so much negativity all the time that when people are like very legitimately excited for silly things, that I think that's pretty rad. What if you camp and have a shower? Well, it depends. I mean, I'd have to have a pretty nice shower. There's like campsites we go to that have air quotes showers, but I wouldn't step into that shit. You know, I wouldn't get in there. Nah, I'm good. I don't know about our definition of shower. Me and the campsite, we disagree. So yeah, I don't know if we agree on that shit. Before I drop you into here, that Evan's inventing a Beacoline minus camp shower access. Yeah, that's right. People tell me about that shit all the time out in Quebec, that I should go to it. What's weird though is apparently Alberta's getting a pretty well-known Renaissance festival reputation, so maybe we'll have like a big LARP event in Alberta at some point in time, and I can go to that one. Bro, I don't have the money to go across Canada. Are you kidding? To fly across Canada, it's the same price as it is to fly to Hawaii, where Ella's family lives. Okay? And when we go to Hawaii with Ella's family, it's free to stay at their house. And when we go to fucking like East Coast Canada, you have to pay for a hotel. So that kind of like eliminates me ever going to the East Coast, because why would I ever go to the East Coast of Canada when I could just instead go to Hawaii? I'll never convince myself that's a good idea. Ever. You know? At no point will I have an opportunity to take like a week or two off. And it's like, visit Ella's family in Hawaii or go to Ottawa. Ooh, you know? Ooh. We've hot showers and flush toilets here. First aid company can do just about everything except open surgery. Mythodea has a great setup going and really cares for their players. That's dope. That's pretty cool then, I guess. Yeah. I guess I should clarify my definition of a shower is like a pretty nice hotel shower, not like a faucet in, I don't know. I've seen a lot of camp showers, so I'm sure it's lovely. I'm sure it's great for most people. I got prissy ass standards though. You strip down as far as you're comfortable, and I toss a cold bucket of water on you. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that one, dog. Maybe if there's an ocean nearby and I can just like wash off in the ocean, I could camp out there. But again, now we're just talking about Hawaii, so now once again we've made the assertion that I should just go to Hawaii instead. Shit, right? Want to create something like Beacoline, but in Ontario. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think you got a great plan for it. Say, I think if you can make it happen, I think you've got a pretty good fucking idea with the LARP town stuff. You know, I think we should have like a full-time year-round Renaissance fair somewhere in Canada. I know they have those in the U.S. in some places, right, with like permanent buildings. I think we need that in Canada, even though we only have like 3 months of the year that any people will go to it. I still think it's worth it. Hotel showers are awful usually. Have to stand awkwardly in a bathtub with a shower head that can't be adjusted or put high enough. Oh, really? I always find hotel showers are fine here. To be fair, I don't know what European hotel showers are like. I only have experience with North American and Japanese. And that's reasonable. Even shitty hotels that Ella and I stay at for conventions that are only like 150 a night or whatever are still like passable, I find. Better than the campground showers that I'm often exposed to during our camping trips, where I look at it and think, I'm good. I'm just gonna skip a shower today and just, you know, we're only out here for 2 days and it's fine. Yeah, maybe a real quick one, the fastest, you know, fastest shower of mankind. I do cosplay and I've never camped at a fair because I can't imagine getting ready on armor build or something in a tent. Yeah, you know, honestly though, Solution, there's a lot of people that go to these events that cosplay or do their fantasy, because for some reason, I don't want to be disrespectful here because I don't know a ton about the cosplay community. I think I know a decent amount, but I'm always learning things and I'm always afraid to offend. A lot of the fantasy LARPing type of people that dress up in fantasy-esque costume for Ren Fair. For some reason, they don't like to be referred to as cosplayers. I made that mistake. You know, I've been like, oh shoot, your cosplay is super nice, and they're like, oh, it's not a cosplay, it's a fantasy whatever period what blah 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 outfit that I've designed. I'm like, oh cool. Anyway, yeah. So a lot of those type of people, I know they bring like a trailer or something with them, or like an RV. Like there was a group of girls that were taking a trip to the Strathmore Ren Fair last year, and they were saying that they rented an RV. They apparently can rent an RV for like a decent amount of money. Like not an obscure, like terrible amount of money, but they drove from like somewhere in Saskatchewan or some shit, and they just rented an RV, and so they had like a shower and a bathroom and all that like stuff, and like a nice clean RV or whatever. It wasn't huge, but I thought that's not bad, I guess, right? I don't fucking know, you know, maybe that fixes the problem for that. But yeah, tent and all that, I think that's a bit much to try and get ready in a, you know, a difficult cosplay, especially if you can't stand up properly and whatnot, and ugh. At Bitcoin, you have to pay for showers, otherwise you bathe in the river with everyone else. That's fucking rancid. That's disgusting. That's how you get leeches. I don't know about that. Most of what I want to do something like a Ren Fest, but all year with showcases and lessons for skills like blacksmithing, weaving, gardening, etc. Upper Canada Village, but with a historical fantasy twist. I love that idea. I love that. What is considered to be the best permanent year-round Ren Fair? It's somewhere in the east. Like I gotta ask. This is a tiny spirit Mithril Morgan question that I gotta ask her. But she's talking about a Ren Fair. It's like the permanent Ren Fair somewhere in either like the New England, Boston, New York kind of area around there. But there's like supposedly a permanent year-round Ren Fair that's like the one to go to. That they're open from like summer through the fall, and it's like the best one. I want to go to see that one. I want to go see the Ren Fair. You know, wherever that is. I'm not going to the fucking Texas one. You have to drive like 4 hours out from the nearest piece of Texan civilization. I ain't about that. No. I want to go to Ren Fair and be comfortable. So, you 300k for the land alone, at least presently. Well, you could open coffee requests, I guess. That could work. Impersonating the fictional character, exactly. Right? Right? Seeing what that when it's historical reproduction or their original design, it's not exactly the same as their cosplay, but getting ready has got to be the similar enough of a process. You'd think, right? Exactly. Yeah. I'd assume that putting on, it's the same materials and stuff and whatnot, so you'd assume exactly it's the same sort of like challenges as cosplay or whatever. So Green RV makes way more sense. Well, how much is that shit? How hold on, I'm just curious. Canada RV rentals. Let's think about this for the next one, Vegreville. Rent now. We're gonna rent an RV in the closest city to me, which is Calgary, Alberta. Select pickup, Calgary. Drop off, Calgary. Travel dates. We are going to, so Strathmore is, I think it's early July. Let's say it's the 12th. So we're gonna go up on the 11th, give it back on the 14th. Adults, 2 adults. Children, 0. License, Canada. Promo code, fuck you. Prime pricing and availability. How much is it for a Ren Fair? Ooh, don't ping me. Mute this bitch. That's very expensive. I'm disappointed. 400 a night? What? There has to be a better way to do this. This can't unironically be that expensive. $500 a night for these bigger ones, for big campgrounds. Compact motorhome, sleep 6. I guess if you're dividing this amongst your like group, so if this sleeps 6 people and you're dividing $2,500 for 4 nights or whatever amongst a group of individuals that are all going to Red Fair, that I could see that being more reasonable. But I was expecting like $200 a night, because people take these things on trips around the country and through the mountains all the time for like 2 weeks at a time, and I can't imagine spending $400 a night on a fucking RV like that for, yeah, ooh, okay, well, there goes that idea. For just for Elle and I, at the very least, that wouldn't work for us. But yeah, okay, maybe somebody has that figured out. I don't know. It's a great documentary about the biggest Ren Fair in Texas, and it was incredible to watch. Yeah, I think people mentioned that. I don't remember what it was called, but you could rent one in Edmonton. What's the big... Okay, the big... What are the big Ren Fairs in the United States of not Canada? The Texas Renaissance Festival, the New York Renaissance Festival, the Bristol Renaissance Festival. Where the fuck is Bristol in America? Maryland Ren Fair. I think the New York Ren Fair is probably the biggest one, right? New York. Okay, New York Ren Fair. New York Ren Fair. Where is it? Let's look at the map first. New York Renaissance Festival. It is a permanent village. That's what I wanted. How far away from anything is it? It is right around there. So I don't know how far away this is from New York as far as time goes, but or where you would even stay. Like, would you stay in this place and then like drive to Ren Fair every day? But it looks cool. Hey, you know? I want to watch a video. Hey, you know, you can get a little garden gnome. There's jousting. This looks cool, dude. This is what I want to go see. I want to go see the permanent Ren Fair. I want to see some dudes, some overweight, middle-aged dudes fighting each other. I want to see an owl. Look at that, man. That's cool. I want to go to the New York Ren Fair. Fuck Texas. I'm going to New York Ren Fair. That's what I want to go see. It's like the Texas Ren Fair without scorpions. I don't know if they have scorpions in New York. I don't think they do. I actually don't even know if they have scorpions in Texas. I'm just assuming they do. Yeah, dude, this is what I want to go see. That's where I want to go to. New York Ren Fair. That's where I'm going to go. All right, we're all going on a trip to New York Ren Fair. Okay. Okay. That's what we're doing. Next Eldaracon. Next secret Eldaracon that nobody knows about. It's invite only. Actually, so Eldaracon this year is going to be a very small event. It's very exclusive. Currently, it's actually only me. It's not like even Ella isn't invited to this year's Ren Fair Eldaracon. So maybe when we do next year's Eldaracon, I will allow for people to accompany me to Ren Fair, and we'll do it there. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay, someone joined our camp with the trailer, but they converted it to a big caravan tent to hide it. It was called the Magic Tent because they could cook in it. It was warm and dry, and it's so much stuff, including extra blankets. That's cool. That's fun that they like covered it or whatever and converted it to a caravan tent. I like that. I like the extraness of it. Been to Cattle Fest in the Netherlands once. My Ren Fair experience is very limited. I don't know what the fuck Cattle Fest is, but I'm having a hard time believing it's a Renaissance festival. Going by the name of Cattle Fest. That sounds like something you'd find in Alberta, if I'm being very honest with you. Not throwing shade at it, I'm just saying the name doesn't betray too much of the design of the event, if I'm being honest. Castle Fest. Oh, okay, Castle Fest. There we go. That makes more sense. Castle Fest. Festival in a castle or just about castles? Yeah, people riding for the meeting. See ya. All right, say, have a good meeting. Have fun, bro. Thanks for the raid again. Good chilling. Thanks for chilling, bruh. All right. We've got 2 towers of like 12 to draw. 3 towers done almost. Ooh, this is gonna be a deep one for a Dury. I gotta actually these fucking location sketches. I gotta start. I gotta adjust the price on these bitches, man. This is. Whew, man. If it's an Eldara piece, I don't mind. And if it's for Silesian, I also don't mind. But I gotta be careful with these long-term, big-ass... Like, once I post this and Silesian's request sketch, I'm gonna up the price on them. Just so people have an expectation. Because the current sketch that is up there for locations does not look like it would be worth the time that I want to... Like, the time that I need to charge for. But once I put these up, it'll contextualize them being more expensive, so... It's probably better, I guess. Historical fantasy people who have a party and a market in the garden of a castle. That's still cool that you got a castle. You gotta understand, I live somewhere that has no castles. Any castles we have were designed to look like castles in Europe. We don't have any real castles here, dude. We don't have any real history in Canada. The oldest shit we have here is like, what? 200 years almost or whatever. Whose location is this? Is Aduria's location, Legion. Aduria's request to do a location in Eldara, actually. He requested a Nyathar temple. And the Nyathar are the half meme, half serious cat folk that, if you want to see, for instance, a Nyathar. Oh my god, what is happening with my computer here? So, for instance, that is what a Nyathar looks like. So they're kind of a meme, but they're a meme that I'm taking semi-seriously. But I'm never going to highlight the Nyathar in any major way because I can't take a World of Fantasy serious with cat girls. So it's going to be like they exist and they are going to be kind of a bit of an Easter egg, and you'll reference them kind of here and there. But we're not going to ever like go to Kornithar in any kind of major way or whatever. So that is a Nyathar, and Aduria asked for a temple of a temple atop a mountain of the Nyathar. So lore, there's lore here. So the Nyathar were a group that came somewhat more recently. They were refugees when they arrived in the gate through the main sort of like gate in the world. According to their history, they came from a different land as fleeing a conflict. And so the specifics of the conflict I don't really ever go into. But with the Nyathar, they arrived at the shores of the Relic Coast where the Ducerans live, basically the orcs. So they arrived with the Ducerans, and the Ducerans sort of welcomed them in and said, "Hey, there's a lot of land here, so have fun, go off on your own journey. See you later." The Nyathar kind of they middled around for a little bit. They did the pilgrimage thing with the Ducerans. They kind of spread out a little bit. They explored. They went across the Kelhead Desert, the Shattered Sea. But a lot of them stayed close by because they kind of were tired of moving around. So they said to the Ducerans, "Hey, is there any place here that we can build a city for ourselves so that we have a place that we can come back to on our own?" And the Ducerans were like, "Oh, sure. Here, you guys can have an entire peninsula." So they gave them this entire area. So the Nyathar landed right here in Koralastria. And the Ducerans, they basically said, "Here, you can take this entire thing right here. Go for it. You can build whatever you want over there." And they're like, "Oh, really? We just wanted a city." And they're like, "Oh, sure, you can have that. Just as long as we can get to our nice rune site for our pilgrimages, you can build whatever you want over there. We don't have anybody over there." And the Nyathar were like, "Oh shit, sure." So the Nyathar even made really nice paved roadways from one rune site to the other. Traveling through Kornithar, which is the name of the town and the area, is actually really lovely for the orcs. They love that shit. So the Ducerans gave them all this land. They built a whole bunch of port cities and their main city of Kornithar. Then they said to the orcs at the rune site of Koralastria, they said, "Hey, thank you for giving us this land. We appreciate it, but we noticed that you don't have a grand trade port." And the Ducerans were like, "Oh, you should make a grand trade port, and then we can, come by and see what the port's like." The Nyathar were like, "Well, if we're gonna have a grand trade port with the rest of the world, we think that it should be your port, and we'd love to just use it. Because we want you to be basically the ones in charge of this side of the world. We don't want to take away from that." And the Ducerans were like, "Oh, that's nice of you, but we don't really build grand cities. We don't do that." And the Nyathar were like, "Oh, well, guess what? We fucking do. So let's build you a port city." So Nyathar built them their capital of Koralastria. And that's why it has a different core, so in the Nyathar language, core means port or of the ocean. So core spelt with the C is the way that the Nyathar label a port. So Port Marasa or Port Lauren or whatever. So core you change it to the naming convention of the Ducerians, and which changed the spelling around a little bit. But anyway, they built themselves a nice big port city. And so the Nyathar and the Ducerans have had a really lovely relationship, a very close bond of friendship for many, many generations. And so this temple is somewhere on the peninsula that the Nyathar live. And the specifics of it are a little vague, but I'm thinking it's going to be a loose sort of attribution of the Astral Sages, or the religion that is derived from the Astral Sages in a lot of places. So something similar to a sage temple, but not quite. More just the religious kind of backbone of one. But Final Fantasy 14 has Mikote, so I think this makes complete sense. Yeah, I mean Mikote are great and they're funny and hilarious and stuff, but yeah, I don't think you could have like you couldn't have like Mikote in like the Lord of the Rings or something, you know. And I'm always like considering that how serious or how much does an idea withdraw or add to the serious fantasy and the relatability. Like I find that like catfolk or whatever, or like kind of animal like anthros like that are one thing that turn off normies a lot from fantasy. Like a lot. People take World of Warcraft more seriously before Final Fantasy because of these kind of things. Although World of Warcraft is a furry game, you know, whether you want to admit it or not. It's one of those things that's kind of like I have to balance it a little bit. So I can have the Nyathar, I just can't ever make them like highlighting characters in the story. You can talk about like you can have your Mos Eisley Cantina scene and have a Nyathar in the background and it's not weird. But if you like make it a big deal, then people would I think lose interest in it. And I want to make it like accessible to the broad audience of fantasy nerds. But the native word correct term for Canadian here, I'm sorry I was unaware, have plenty of history. Well, they do. There's no grand like cities and sites, Jacob. Right? Like they didn't build like huge like towering castles and shit. You know, so there are lots of like you know, Elle and I live close to a couple of reservations. Like Elle is Métis. People forget that. So yeah, we know a lot about the various different bands and whatnot across Canada. There are certain places in Alberta that are sort of longer term historical sites. Like they have a lot of buffalo jumps here, and like a buffalo jump is a place where they would herd and run buffalo off the edge of a cliff, and they'd like fall off and fucking die, and then they wouldn't have to hunt them. They just go like kind of collect them from there. So like there are places like that, and there's certain historical places too. Kind of the First Nations, the indigenous population of Canada, but it's not, there's not really like history to explore there. You know, it's not like you're walking around and you're like, wow, that was the site of the Babylonian, you know, fucking building of cheese or whatever. That was the building in which the first emperor of the first dynasty of China first beat Dark Souls on the hardest mode, whatever. So even though there is history, it's not explorative or like history to like the thing is that to and obviously I can't speak because I'm not, you know, personally First Nations, right, native, whatever, but like they're like I grew up around a lot of people, and like as I said, Elle is like part Métis. One of the things that I'm sure that they would say, of course, again, I'm speaking for people here that are not here, but that I've heard them say is basically that they carry their history within their tradition. So if you want to go see like that kind of tradition, then you can go to like a powwow or something, go see it being acted out, and they wear their history and they tell their history and they weave and make their history. They don't build their history and say, hey, look at that fucking castle we built like 3,000 years ago. That's the kind of history I'm talking about that Europe has. Right, that you can go explore it and look at it and interact with it and be interested in it, because some of the culture is kind of closed off. You can go to a powwow, you can go to these events, you can go to these type of things, like depending on the population and the type of event. Most times if you want to go to like a large, you know, First Nations event, they don't care if you're native or not. They're like, hey man, come fucking eat some food and hang out. And as long as you kind of know the rules and you know how to be respectful and stuff, they're usually pretty chill about it, right? They're kind of excited where you go to like a food stall and you're getting some food and they're like, oh yeah, well like what, you don't look that native. Where are you from? Like, oh yeah, I'm not native at all. You're like, oh cool. So you're just coming to chill out, whitey, and you're like, fuck yeah. They're like, oh man, here's some fucking food for free. Have fun, bro. There's a good seats over there. So they're really welcoming and cool. But again, exploring like the ancient past history of Canada is very different and kind of harder to do than it is when you live in, let's say, Italy, and Rome's right there, and there's like runes and shit and structures and the evidence of conquests and everything through history. So it doesn't really kind of fit in the same way, you know. Doesn't quite hit the same kind of expectation as when I say Canada doesn't really have any fucking history, you know. I mean it. Doesn't have accessible history you can go interact with. It does kind of more out east. Like out east, they still carry some more historical buildings. Obviously, if you go to the old city to, you know, in Quebec City or whatever, or even Montreal has a little bit of it. Ottawa has a little bit of it. Toronto, maybe. Nova Scotia, maybe. But certainly not out here. Like the oldest shit that you can go look at from Alberta, BC, Saskatchewan, Manitoba is like mostly like pioneer kind of stuff, you know. There's like photographs for a lot of it because it was in the age of that or whatever. So it's cool to see, but we really don't live anywhere that has that kind of history. Canada is very much a dense concrete jungle of suburbs and that kind of thing. We don't really have walkable cities and places of, long-term beauty that we didn't want to develop because that building's been there for 500 years and fucking Mozart wrote his like last great piece in that building, and you can look at it and go, wow. Our heritage buildings are like heritage because some pilgrim settler like thought about, I don't know, a new Magic the Gathering deck meta in that bedroom, and that's about it. That's about it, man. It's not really anything super deep or whatever. So Washington State has a couple castles, but we literally imported them, deconstructed where they were, and reconstructed them here. Yeah, I mean, sure, that's fucking that's cool. That's cool. But I suppose the U.S. has a similar problem. The thing is, the thing that the U.S. like that Americans may not understand is that, not that I'm saying like, oh, you're ignorant or whatever, but like that you guys have that we don't have is, so America has a really pretty cool history, and I like studying American history, but you guys did a lot of shit in 150 or 200 years or whatever, or a little bit longer than that. You guys done a lot of shit in 250 years, which is cool, and you have a lot of buildings and a lot of stories and a lot of history and a lot of battles and a lot of stuff, So when you think about like American history, you don't have that ancient building sort of vibe that you're like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. This fountain has been here for 600 years, and this painting was painted frescoed on the ceiling, 1,000 years ago or whatever. Not 1,000. They didn't have fresco 1,000 years ago, but anyway, you get the idea. Some of that for I think Americans is sort of like you kind of get that like itch or urge satisfied a little bit, because even though you don't have an ancient history, your 250-year history is still very like packed. So you can go to the museums in Washington, Boston, Baltimore. You can go take those trips. You can go to Chicago, and you can go to St. Louis. You can go to places through. You also have a lot of Americana. The whole idea of Californian American history, or like the charm of like that post-war like Route 66 type era, the space age era, Huntsville and all that, the different people and different cultures that settled around the United States, from the sort of the Creole to the Hispanic to the whatever, man. You've got all these cool populations, a lot of cool history. Whereas Canada's very lean. So we have stuff that happened. It's just like, your story of an area that's kind of newer that happened 150 years ago or 100 years ago. There's like a big tale. There's 18 stories and the battle was this big. Canada has a story around that same time period in the same way. It's just, it was very small, and there was like 2 stories of it or whatever. There's less to explore, I guess. And I think that maybe is something that like I've always thought or envied with living in, for Americans, having that kind of part of your country's history. And there wasn't really a Canadiana style like thing in the last 100 years like America had. Canada sort of has since I think since World War II really latched on to American culture, and we're sort of secondhand getting a lot of it. But we don't have a lot of ownership over it to like be excited about, or to go inspect and look at and examine or whatever. So I really would love to live somewhere like Europe that has like a lot of that old history, or even in Japan. I mean, one of my favorite things about Japan is that you can have these like ancient 1,000-year-old temples right in the middle of a city that you can't believe it's that quiet there. Like, I don't think a lot of the big temples are actually overrated. There's like one temple maybe that's overrated, but like temples and shrines in Tokyo are like absolutely worth the trip. They're not like, even the more tourist trap-y ones are still pretty great to go see. Like Meiji Shrine is the one that everybody knows by name. The temple in like Asakusa or whatever, Asakusa, I think, is the one everybody knows visually. But the Meiji Shrine is the one. Meiji Jingu is like the big one that people like go to, because it's like this big pilgrimage thing. Go to Meiji Jingu, and it's awesome. But the first time you go there, it's honestly incredible how the city disappears. It's fucking insane how just it immediately disappears. And I mean it. The trees are so big and so old that as soon as you're 30 seconds into this like 10-minute walk to the shrine, you don't hear anything city noise. You don't hear a single train, a single siren, a single, idling car, a honk, nothing. The city disappears entirely. And the trees are so big and the canopies are so ancient and so fucking well kept that you can't see a single building. You just see blue sky and clouds above you, trees and ancient canopies and shit, and you just immediately disappear. You think that you're out in the middle of the wilderness, out in the mountains or some shit like that. And then you walk to the shrine, past all the little different shrines and through the gates and stuff, and you do your fucking like cleansing shit. And you walk into Meiji Shrine. It's very busy and cool, but like people are there and like, quiet and respectful and whatever, because that's the Japanese way, except for the obnoxious, American and Canadian tourists. So, you got to tell them to shut the fuck up. But regardless, you walk into the shrine then, and it's like you're like, this shrine's been here for hundreds, if not sometimes, depending on the shrine you go to or the temple you go to, thousands of years. And it's like, this is fucking cool that this has been here for all this time, and that you have some fucking monk or shrine, whatever person tell you like, oh yeah, that pillar right there, that's our oldest pillar. And you're like, holy fuck, how old is that pillar? Like, oh, it's about like, the head priest says it's like 2100 years old, but it was used in a previous thing. We moved it over here, so it's been here for like 700 years, but it's like a 21-year 100. And you're like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what? It's super cool. I don't know. I like that. I like that about places that have an ancient sort of connection to their past. Even as I said, the American connection with their past. It's really cool. And I really envy that, because you also need to build your city around it. When you have old shit, you have to build your city in a much more natural way. It's kind of like the joke of the joke of that I make about how to build a good city is the Minecraft method. In Minecraft, never go somewhere flat to build your base. Always go somewhere with the weird landscape and build your base on the weird landscape, because you're gonna get way cooler like buildings and layouts and little pathways that go from here to here. And the problems you're forced to solve by having a building your Minecraft base in a weird location make for a lot of character and charm. And you get that in places like Japan. You get that in places like Prague and Barcelona and fucking London and whatever. You get this like history and this, whatever, versus places like the city I grew up in, Calgary, Alberta, or other kind of the further you go west in North America, that are cities are like, wow, this is flat and there's a lot of suburbs, and I can't have, I can't take the train anywhere because you need a fucking car. It's just very cool. It's very cool to go places, if you've never been places that are very old, to go see how they live there. And it's a very, very cool way to live. It's really dope. Recommend it. Sounds really cool. Oh yeah, it's amazing. I mean, like, I forget what the grounds are called. But like the Meiji Shrine Gardens, dude, like, you gotta understand, like, all of this is in the center of a city. All the gardens, everything to do with Meiji Shrine is in the middle of of the biggest city in the world. Right? This like amazing ancient shrine with these like incredible, you see what I mean? Like, it's so dense and so verdant in there that the trees and the canopy just completely hide any reference of city. Even the more open areas, it's so much in the center of this that like you see one building, one skyscraper poking up there in the distance. That's it. Holy shit, dude. That going to Meiji Shrine rewired me, even though it's like considered to be not like the most beautiful shrine or the most beautiful temple in Japan. It still is incredible because it's so accessible. Right? It's real how quiet Japan can be in the downtown or city parks. Really brings home that cities are not loud, vehicles are. Yeah, for real. Yeah, if I could live anywhere and I had the ability to, I'd probably live in Yokohama. If money was an issue, I'd live in Ginza. It's incredible, man. Tokyo ruined me. That city ruined me. It made me hate cities. Because I'm like, why can't we city like this? Why can't any city like this? This is dope. This is bullshit. I don't want to go home. Only some good gardens. Oh my god. Some of the Japanese gardens. There's one that's in Tokyo. I forget what the fuck it's called. It's by the A&A Hotel. in. I'm gonna find this in the fucking map. I'm gonna find this in the fucking map. It could blow your mind, Brooklyn. See if I know where the fuck I is. So it is in. It's by Shinagawa, I think, or around there. Where's the Rainbow Bridge? Rainbow Bridge is Odaiba's right there. Rainbow Bridge is right there. So boom, dude. I'm so fucking good at this game. I think that's it, right? Yeah, I don't know. I want to select it. There we go. The Hamakiryu Gardens. This is like your average sort of Japanese gardens. Ugh. Especially during cherry blossom season on the river. This is what I'm looking for. The interior shit. Not the fields, but the interior shit. Let me get one more picture of that shit. Give me the actual flower garden, bitch. I don't want to see your fucking grounds. Okay, well, maybe Google Images is not the place to go. Yeah, they're just showing like the exterior. No, I want in here. That's what I want. This is where all the cool flowers are and shit, dog. All right, well, whatever. Get bent, apparently. Yeah. You can be in the middle of the city. Right?
Had a record of 2 incidents.
Welcome back. Hello.
It's
hello,
a fun
Mel.
time here, XD.
That's what I like to hear. Welcome back. Good to see you,
People
dog.
are lovely over here, tee-hee.
Good. That's what I like to hear. Excellent. Excellent. Thanks for 100 bits. Appreciate it. Yeah, man. Tokyo's cool. Where's the other garden? I don't know. I won't go diving for fucking Japanese gardens to bore Brooklyn with, but yeah, it's a good time. Nature's cool. Integrate it in your city. Make cool parks. Fuck this whole concrete jungle nonsense. Return to city. But thanks, Mel. Thanks for the bits, dude. I appreciate that. Your bit contribution goes a long way. This time, though, it is not going towards Ella's Taco Bell fund. Yeah, that's right. It is going to buying a paper fund so I can make trading cards for Necromancer Dark fund. There we go.
Soul temples were also really, really pretty when I was there.
Yeah, for real, right?
Especially the gardens area,
Mhm.
which I apparently was supposed to buy a ticket for to see it.
That's funny.
I snuck in somehow. Oopsies.
That's funny. You didn't know. It's okay. Hey, they probably knew. They were like, whatever. It's just a fucking tourist. You know, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not gonna harass her over it. It's all right. That's funny. Yeah, there's a lot of beautiful gardens around there. Gorgeous parks for all, right? Right? Yeah. No, but like there are better gardens in Japan, obviously. It's the fact that those were in the middle of the city is just so insane to me.
Everyone else did it, including Korean tourists.
Oh, okay, yeah,
No
then
one was
whatever.
at the door and it was wide open. What was I supposed to do?
Leave
XD.
money there. I don't know. Yeah, you're probably fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Shit, man. I want to live somewhere with more nature like that. I want to live close to nature like that, but in a gigantic city. Oh my god, that's what I want to do. Ooh, whoops, there we go. But in a gigantic city with nature. I'm greedy. I'm greedy like that. But, I mean, there are lots of cities with big gardens and stuff. I just never know how, like, nice they are. Like, how nice is Central Park in New York, right? How, on a scale of, like, beautiful to grungy-ass fucking whatever. Because I have a hard time believing that it's actually nice there. Being in the middle of New York that's, like, world-renowned for being fucking filthy. Super lovely, but filthy. You know? Wonder what the actual, like, how to do proper green space in the middle of a giant city is. It's gotta be a challenge anyway. We're going for the marathon for this one. We're really doing the marathon for this. These buildings are taking me a while. It's okay. I'm just gotta take a breather. You know what we'll do? You know what we'll do? We'll take a small short breather for this and go. Oops, wait. Oh, I'm on the same file. Fuck, why am I on the same file?
It was very pretty.
Damn
I
it.
would give it a 7 out of 10 just because several places were very clean.
Yeah.
Others,
Okay.
not so much.
Okay.
A lot of trash everywhere, but it is everyone's backyard essentially.
Yeah, it makes sense, I guess. Oh, one sec. Apparently I need to take my windows out now. Shit. Okay, give me a sec. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. Give me a sec. All right, fine. We'll be in the darkness. We're all in the darkness together. Thanks for the bits, Mel. Appreciate it. That's cool though. I'm glad it's like at least decent there. You know, depends on which part of Central Park you're in. Mostly nice, but not what I'd call beautiful. I see. Is it? Do you at least feel like you're kind of getting out of the like dreariness of New York for a bit, or is it like a simulacrum of the wilderness? You know. Not portraits today. No, Natasha. Occasionally I need to actually do real art for my world. Now, to be fair, Natasha, this is an unfortunate occurrence, though. I say I'm doing real art for my world, but somebody did commission me to do this. So this is a commission, which is still a coffee request, but it's a commission of a coffee request for something for Eldara that I can use for world building. So I'm kind of cheating, I guess. Yeah, oh boy. Oh god. This isn't gonna, yeah, Does not, or does enough to let you escape from the moment, but you forget a little bit that you're not in the middle of one of the biggest cities in the world. Well, that's good. That is good. I like the idea of it being everybody's backyard, you know? The only question is, does everybody take care of their backyard to the same like level or way or whatever? But I hear you can like fish and shit in Central Park and whatnot, and like there's like an off leash like time for dogs and whatnot. So that's cool. It's cool that you guys have that at least. One day I do want to see New York. I want to see it, man. I want to know. I want to know what it's like there. I want to see New York. I want to see Toronto to a major way. I want to see like the big cities. To be fair though, I've seen LA and I don't need to see LA again. That was like, there's not much in my opinion to LA. It's kind of a fucking dump, and I'm sorry to my Los Angeles American brothers and sisters. There's parts of LA that are lovely, but LA in general, if I had to give it a score, I'd say it's kind of a fucking dump. So I'm concerned that New York will give me the same impression, or Toronto or whatever, but I don't know.
I'm sad.
I don't know.
The last time I was in New York City, I didn't get to see any rats. I wanted to see Peach the rat on the subway, but that didn't happen.
Shit. Well,
big sad frown.
Yeah, it's too bad, bro. Just try next time, I guess. Get some more pizza and hopefully farm the rats. Midtown New York is much fun to walk around, smoke a joint, walk around with people, watch, find a pizza place, sit in the back, and just vibe. All right, sure. That's your trip. All right, cool. Sure. That's your jam. That sounds cool. Use things like Stanley Park here in Vancouver. Central Park is really nice for Manhattan, but it's quite urbanized for my taste. Yeah, Stanley Park is great. I really like Stanley Park. I'm also a fan of the Vancouver Aquarium. I don't care what people say. I will go to the Vancouver Aquarium every single time I'm in Vancouver. It does not get old for me. That and a couple other places. I love Vancouver. I'd live the shit out of Vancouver. If I could afford Vancouver, I would live in Vancouver. That's my goal one day, is to be able to move Ella somewhere close to the ocean to alleviate her migraines. And Vancouver, Victoria, one of those two places would be it, I think. Because I don't want to live in the ocean. Like here's the problem. You want to see the problem with Canada? So, this is Canada, okay? This is Canada. Looks like this. This is Canada, all right? There's also a piece here and a piece here and a piece here, okay? Here's the thing. Of all the like coastal ocean, whatever, this is not coast because this is America. You guys look like this. All right. So you can't live against this border. All right. And there's mountains right here. All right. Our mountains go like this. And I live right here. I live in the mountains. Okay. So if I want to live near an ocean, well, we've got tons of coastline. Evan, there's so much coastline. You want to live by the ocean, you can live by the ocean. Here's the issue. There's only a few places you can live by the ocean. You can live here. You can live here. You can live here. Or you can live here. Okay? But that's a trick. That's actually a trick, not question, but a joke, because no one lives here. So you have two places. I guess you can live here. Yeah, I guess we can add this. So you can live here, okay? The problem is here is too expensive. All right, here is this picture is a trash can. The whole trash can is on fire. Okay, and so not just is it a dumpster fire, it is a whole trash can fire that I don't want to live there. And here, well, I don't speak a fucking fiddly derpty, hopedly dopedly Ned Flanders fucking Irish, so I can't live here either, unfortunately. Also, I want to have maybe a career where I make more than a one-figure income. So, you know, I can't live here either. So really, honestly, we only can live here. If you want to live Prince Edward Island, no, this is Newfoundland. this is Newfoundland. Prince Edward Island isn't here. This is PEI is, okay? We're simplifying Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and PEI. This is where that shit is. So, living close to the ocean, everything north of this is off limits. Everything. There is not like, bro, Alaska does some shit over here. You can't live there. That's Alaska. That's Juneau or whatever. There's too many mountains. So that's off the table. So really, if you want to live by the ocean, you have to live here or here. Here's not so bad, except for the fact that it kind of fucking sucks, i.e. the trash can that is in fact on fire. Halifax is lovely. Okay, I love Halifax. But it still sucks. So unfortunately, we have one city. We have Vancouver or we have Victoria. We also have Nanaimo, but nobody wants to live in Nanaimo. And even if you wanted to live in Nanaimo, you still can't afford to live in Nanaimo. Your average home price here is like $7 million for like a box with like a faucet. That's it. So this is really the challenge here, you know, for if I want to move Ella to sea level so that she doesn't have headaches anymore, that, or we could live in potentially Iqaluit. But this is where you get eaten by a polar bear. I don't want to get eaten by a polar bear, so I can't live there. And it's too cold. And gas is expensive. And Ritz crackers are $25 per box. So, happy joy. Thank you for the lurk, Brooklyn. I appreciate it. Thank you. On the West Coast, Canada's a perfect spot. It is great. Yeah, Vancouver's lovely. I love Vancouver. Victoria, the whole island, Tofino. I've never been to Tofino, but I just assume it's nice. You know, does that have to be saltwater? It's body water, not enough like a lake. The issue is not living near water, Natasha. The issue is living near sea level. So my wife, Ella, she suffers from migraines. In a way that people don't believe me when I tell them how she suffers in migraines. Because if you've ever had a migraine, if you knew the true extent of what Ella had to deal with, you wouldn't know how she's still alive. Ella has a migraine headache, a full migraine headache, between 4 and 7 days of the week. Every day, every week, for the last couple of years. It's debilitating, but she's the strongest person I know because she says, fuck that shit. I'm gonna live my life, bitch. And you're like, okay, queen, fucking get after it. So, but I want to save her at some point in time from that. So we do live in the worst place in the world for it because there's a certain corridor of Canada that's called fucking Migraine Valley. So we live in literally the worst. There's two places in the world that would be the worst to live in for migraines. One is where we live. The other is in New Zealand where they get Chinooks. So it's not about water specifically, it's about sea level and barometric pressure changes. When Ella's at sea level, when we go to Hawaii for like to see her family, people are out there thinking, oh shit, guys, living the big life, going to Hawaii, fucking living it up. dog, we're going there to bring Ella a little bit of solace from her fucking constant suffering. It's not a luxurious trip. We're staying with her family. The flights are cheap as shit. And we're going there to get her away from her migraines for a while. So got to get her there at some point in time. That's a big goal for me in my life. But the problem is, yeah, moving to Vancouver is just unreal expensive, you know? Like, to live somewhere where we live, like right here, this would be like probably $1.5 million in Vancouver, which is just deranged, man. So it's only 2.1 million for a regular house, right? Yeah, right. Of course. You know, that's. Are you BC or Alberta? I'm on the Alberta side of the mountains, so I'm on the Alberta side of the mountain border. So yeah, I'm not like Kamloops or anything like that, or Prince George. That's too far north, I guess. I live Cookie, Steve, I say I live close enough to Calgary. That's like the biggest city that I live close to. So, yeah, man, you say live, like, we have the most coast of any nation the world has ever known, and there's only 2 places to really live. So it's tough, and one of them is Vancouver, which is extraordinarily expensive. So I gotta figure out how to do that, man. Gotta figure out how to get Ella there and get her feeling better. Not having to fight against her headaches for so much. So BC had less taxes when buying anything. Yeah, that's a lot of reasons BC's expensive, but the housing price is just unbelievable, you know, unbelievable. So move outside Canada, I would. The problem is there's not a lot of places to move. Like, a lot of the problems with us moving outside of Canada, Jacob, is that Ella and I are both self-employed, basically. So where can I go that I can live that's self-employed? You know, I can't get I guess a visa or whatever, or a green card for the US unless I have a company that I work for long enough. If I worked for, like, if I took a job at a big video game studio, worked there for 5 or 6 years to get my green card, and then applied for citizenship, I could do it. But because I'm doing my own thing and streaming and whatnot, can't live there, you know, whatever. Europe it's hard to move anywhere. If you don't have a company or a reason to go there, if you don't bring something to their economy and to their nation, if you're just like, I'm going to be a live streamer and do whatever I'm doing and build my own shit, unless I'm doing it at a very high level where I'm making a lot of money doing it, and I like have people working for me and whatnot, you're fucked. Or you have the ability to invest. If I can just like throw $8 million into the Japanese economy for investments or whatever, they're like, okay, sure. So it's a bit tough, you know. What if I would buy you a mid-sized townhouse or suburban apartment or really old houses? Some of the similar towns north of Vancouver, you can do okay for the price. That's true. There is some small places, especially like as you go further north on the island and whatnot. It gets more reasonable, but it's still tough, I think, you know. I think Bali and some other places are doing remote work promos. Say, work out here doing your remote job for 6 months and we'll give you a mass discount or something. Yeah, that's cool. Maybe there are options like that, you know, to explore. I hear mixed reviews about places like Bali, though. There's like a lot of young people that do like will go to places like Bali, Dubai, some of these places that have like encouragement of people like, you know, moving over there. But there's like a dark side to these places that people don't talk about, that I've had friends that have done the Bali thing in their 20s that have really had some like tough stories about it. In other places, not just Bali, in that sort of south and Eastern Asia kind of thing. So I'm always skeptical of living somewhere like that. Especially like moving out of Canada is tough too, or whatever. Like a Belgraph, I totally would, right? Me too. Can I recommend the US? Well, the US would be fine if we had the ability to pay for our own health insurance. The US would be fine. It'd be totally fine. There's lots of places by the ocean, you know. There's like, I mean, basically every state that has the coast line would be fine, you know, in one way or another. And I mean, the ideal would be moving to Maui, where Ella's family is. Like, that would be probably the second best thing that I could do past like living in Japan, is go live on Maui, close to Ella's family there. Because one, you'd be close to family, which is dope, right? And then 2, Ella doesn't have any headaches when she doesn't have any headaches. Her headaches are drastically reduced in Maui. And it's just super easy life there. Like, I like it. Super fresh food, super cool people. Like, Maui doesn't have the stuff that I crave from like a good life, like cities and shit like that. Like, I want to be close to cities, but the trade-off is pretty good when we're there. Maybe I would hate living there for a long time, but there's like a place that I if I could start a game studio anywhere, I know the exact spot on the exact part of Maui that I would do it to. There's a business park close to a place called Wailea, and I would start my game studio there. And I would hire all my game devs and tell them that if they want to come work for me, they have to move to fucking Hawaii. So, sorry, bro. Sorry, man. Don't know if that's in the cards for you, but yeah, it'd be great. You know, and I got like, I don't know if I want to move to the East Coast, but there's like a lot of places in the US that I think are super lovely. California, there are places in California that are nice if you have the money. Like everywhere in between Anaheim and San Diego is like super nice. Close enough to the ocean that you're still at sea level, but it's very expensive there. And all of this is like, it's one of those things where it's like, if you could afford a house there, you'd probably afford a house in Vancouver. So, you know, kind of tough. Kind of, it's a little rough here trying to figure out what to do. But we'll get it. It's one of the reasons I work so hard, is to try and eventually get Ella somewhere like that, you know? Visit Costa Rica a lot. It's super nice and still very Americanized, so you don't miss out on too many conveniences. Oh, really? I've never been to Costa Rica. And you know what? I don't know much about it either, so glad you like it, Adario. Glad you like it. Yeah, I don't know shit about Costa Rica. I've never even entertained it as a place to go, really, in my lexicon of places to go and things to do. But people have been talking about it recently, so that's cool. I've been hearing it brought up more and more. And I guess that's pretty dope. I mean, I feel healthier in Hawaii. I just feel better. The sun, the plants, the green, the food. I just feel like I'm living a little bit better. It's a little bit less of a strain, you know. I like my cold mountain fucking north living, but if I could live somewhere that was warm most of the year with an ocean I could like go be healthy in, I would go, dude. I would eat so much when we were in Hawaii, because I would go on these like 2-hour long ocean swims in the morning with Ella, and I wouldn't even realize it. But I'd check my watch and it's like, you've been swimming for 2 hours and burnt like 7 million calories. I'm like, fuck, man, I gotta go have a big ass breakfast now. Which your watch isn't the best like analysis on realistic calories burnt, but it is just funny they would say like, you've been swimming for 2 hours with an average heart rate of 140 or whatever, or some shit. And I'm like, damn, that's pretty good cardio right there. That's pretty good, man. I'm feeling all right, you know. Feel same way when I go to Costa Rica. Food is awesome. People are chilly AF, like the Canadians of the Latin world. That's cool. You know what's weird? Unfortunately, I probably couldn't even point out Costa Rica on a map. I don't even know where. Like the general, I just couldn't tell you which one of the, like which country it was if you forced me to like point it on the map. My geography of that area is not great, so I don't know which side of things it's on. Country saying is Pura Vida, the pure life. That's nice. Yeah, that's dope. Those like Okinawan style blue zones. People just happy and live forever. Just chilling, just eating good food, hanging with the fam, living with the community. There's like a lot of like travel really messes me up. I come back from places after I go somewhere and I'm like, I'm doing everything wrong. I'm doing everything wrong. I start to realize how much of the things that I do are either like normal sort of Canadian things that we think are normal, or are like coping with shit, you know? Like why do you buy like a big TV and entertainment and stuff for your home? In some ways, like there's lots of places in the world you just would never do that, because you just go out if you want to do something like that, if you want to see something or whatever. You go meet up with friends and go to a theater or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't think there's places in the world where it's not necessarily intuitive to make your home more entertaining or comfortable, right? Because you have the richness of the place you live to embrace. I think that's really cool. It always makes me feel like I'm doing everything wrong. I just fucked up everything, man. I made the wrong choices for my entire life. I mean, to be fair, I can't blame my parents for sort of settling down 'cause I was born in Calgary. At the very least, the one service, I can be mad at them they didn't move to Vancouver, okay? But if I want to like, you know, I really want to be thankful for my parents for doing one thing for my brother and I and giving us a better chance at life, it's the fact that they didn't fucking stay in Edmonton. Oh my god. Oh my god. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Oh my god, if I was born in fucking Edmonton. I love Edmonton. I'm just kidding. Relax, guys. Relax. Fucking chill. Like someone from GameCon, it's like, hey. Is Edmonton that bad? Edmonton isn't bad, okay? But it's very blue collar, and it's very industrial, and it's very old. So Edmonton, think of it like this. It is a city of little to no white collar business, and that's not a bad thing. But the things that come with there being a lot of blue collar business is there's a lot of industry and shit. So like, you know, wherever you live, Natasha, there's like a part of your city, it's kind of the industrial area with the warehouses and where the train goes and the fucking chemical tanks and all that kind of shit or whatever. Edmonton doesn't have a district for that. It's just kind of everywhere. So there's like the Southwest, it's really nice. Downtown's pretty beautiful, but the rest of the city is just kind of like run down, old. You know, there's a lot of industry stuff around there, and it just kind of, it's like fits in with the landscape. It's just kind of like gross and grungy or whatever. And again, the people are super lovely there. I love everyone that I meet from Edmonton. But like when I think about Edmonton versus Calgary, at least Calgary shoves all that shit in one fucking side of the city in one little like fuck off corner. And so most of Calgary, like Calgary doesn't have the Southwest. Calgary has like this like ring of the southeast all the way around to the entire west side of the city and then back up to the north. That's like nice. And it's just kind of the east from like the airport to like the industrial district. It's a little bit weird or rough or whatever. Which is easier, but I don't know, man. And then like Edmonton had a big boom or whatever at some point in time, and then just like stopped growing. So it's like a lot of the city feels like older communities, and not in like a nice kind of like way or whatever. Like my mom was telling me about this when she was saying that like the neighborhood that like my great grandparents lived in Edmonton, we actually drove nearby it, and I was like, oh shit. That area when she was young, it was all Italians and Ukrainians, and they all took like immaculate care of their gardens and whatever. And it was like a really beautiful place. The entirety of the city with all the sort of Ukrainian, Italian diaspora and Armenian and all that kind of stuff was just super beautiful and super well kept and super nice. But then as she got older and around when I was like going to Edmonton, it kind of started to go downhill. And she's like, I go to Edmonton now, I just can't even recognize it. Can't even believe it's so run down compared to like where it was. And like, you know that not every older neighborhood needs to be like trashed or whatever, and I think that's happened in a lot of places. So I don't know, like I said, Edmonton's super lovely, the people are nice, but I don't know if I'd want to live there just because you're in such close proximity to so much industry, and also the winters there are way harder in Edmonton, even harder than when I grew up in Calgary. You know, winters are just abusive in Edmonton comparatively, but it makes for really good hardy people in Edmonton are dope and they try hard. But it's, I don't know. I don't know, man. Now it's even more expensive for a house than that of BC, but I'd live either there or Big Island in a shot. Yeah, right? For everyone's expats out to retire because the weather is the best of all of North America in terms of temperance. Oh, okay. Yeah. I've heard he lives around there and he hates it as an LGBTQ man who's very socialist. Yeah, I mean, Alberta's like, I don't know. Alberta, people meme on Alberta for being this like super degenerate place or whatever, and I don't ever talk about politics on stream, nor do I ever want to entertain that conversation because that's not what my stream is for. I think Alberta, it's fine. Like people have this opinion of Alberta that's just like the worst place for, you know, I don't know. You see it. I see shit that I roll my eyes at, and I see a lot of really nice people and stuff. And I think Alberta gets a bit of a bad rap, worse than it deserves sometimes. I think people are a lot nicer here than the country likes to dunk on Alberta for that reason. But no, I mean the cities and stuff are nice. People are generally lovely and accepting. There's not like a lot of, I don't know, people. Obviously I don't have the same experience, but you know, I do sort of sometimes think that Alberta does need to change and whatnot, but. People have a really bad opinion sometimes of Albertans, and I just don't get that living here. I have too many friends and family here that I love that are just like decent, normal, nice people. So I don't know. Very neighborhood dependent, very everything else, but legit on the weather. Sure, yeah. I mean, you know, of course, where you're living is dependent, but just like a certain percentage of the city of Edmonton is just like a lot rougher and more run down than Calgary is.
And then we have sweet beans like you from Alberta. We get to adore Evan Blahart.
Well, them, you know, like, yeah. Thanks, Mel. I appreciate it. No, man, I like a lot of Albertans. A lot of Albertans are very cool people. I don't know. I think that there is like obviously issues, and I'm trying not to dive. I'm not trying to invite I'm trying to make a defense without inviting a conversation, because I'm not going to let someone stun lock me with politics. But I think Albertans are really nice people for the most part, and I think that they get sometimes a bit of a rougher rap than they should from the rest of Canada. But you know, whatever. Geographically, it's great, but cost-wise, insurance is only a tip of the iceberg. I live in a ferry ride away from Victoria, and around here, a house ranges from $600K to a few million, depending on where. Sure, I mean, like Canada, homes are way more expensive in Canada than they are in the US. There's like a whole, you can dive if you want to see the economy of it and how fucked up Canada is right now economically. It's rough, like house median income and shit like that. I'm not saying that it's easy to live in America, but I think you guys would be shocked at some of the prices that Canadians have to pay for stuff, you know, for all the ridiculous shit. Oof. Never anyone say a bad word about Alberta or anything, really. We get shit on a lot by the rest of the country, sometimes for good reasons, but it's usually politically, and that's why I don't talk about it. It's because I don't want to invite anyone's political opinions in my stream, because it's just not what my stream is for. My stream is to get away from life's bullshit, so I never talk about social issues or politics or whatever on my stream. So it's not why anyone comes here. So I'm trying to thread the needle right now of like making a defense for Alberta being full of sweethearts without, you know, specifying shit and inviting people's fucking opinions on it and whatnot. Which is tough to do, right? Evan doth decree, yeah. Right. Heard about Canadians' housing crisis for sure. Yeah, it's tough. We gotta build some more houses, man. Basically, all my like millennial friends are like, I'm not having kids. I don't want to buy a house. I'm never gonna do whatever. And I feel it. I see where they're coming from, but it's tough, man. The amount of friends that I have that are my age that are basically sworn off the idea of ever being parents is fucking terrifying to me. It's absolutely terrifying to me. I'm like, dog, that's like everybody I know. People will find out that Ella and I still want to start a family one day soon. And they're like, but why? They're like mad at us, you know? Like, but housing and childcare, cost of everything. And, you know, they'll sit there like getting mad at us. It's like, what? Because I want to be a dad one day? What? No, shut up. No, shut the fuck up, you weirdo.
It's just fun to see how different age looks in different countries too. Boston is ancient in the eyes of America.
Sure, yeah, right.
Europe, and you're like, oh, welp. Damn. Lol XD.
Yeah. I mean, in Canada, something's older than 25 years. It's our ancient history or whatever. So, our topics you're drawing looks fabulous. Thanks, Elysian. I'm glad you like it. It's turning out okay, I think, you know? I'm enjoying this. I was pleased to see Aduria's request. We'll say that. Glad I could do some Nyathar temples and all of that nonsense or whatever. So I want to know with a negative experience, but I also really hear people talk about how beautiful the scenery is, which is why I want to go. Yeah, I think if you're heading out to Alberta for the scenery, Natasha, I would say hit Banff Canmore up. Like fly into Calgary. You want to fly into Calgary. Calgary looks like this. You fly into Calgary right here, and then you drive around, and then you drive to Canmore, and then you go this way. Oh no. Direct Canmore first? Oh yeah. So you go this way. You want to go 3 places, okay? 4 places. I forgot. So you want to go to Canmore. You want to go to Kananaskis. You want to go to Banff. And you want to go to Lake Louise. That is the range. So like you stay in Banff. That's where you stay. And then you can take easy, not even day trips, easy trips. It's like from Banff to Kananaskis is probably like maybe 45 minutes or an hour, right? Banff to Lake Louise is like, I mean, this is a bit longer of a distance than I'm, you know, these are not adequate measurements. But the problem is that the way Alberta looks, Alberta looks like this, and the mountains go like this, more or less. So Calgary's very close to mountains. Edmonton, you can't even see the mountains, which sucks. So if you want to see the landscape, Calgary's the place to go because you can go to Drumheller, where they have the dinosaur museum. You can go to the Badlands, where they have the actual fucking dinosaurs. You can go south to the cool, like, kind of Montana bullshit, and then you can go into the mountains. Edmonton's cool. There's like some stuff up there, like, but the problem is that it just doesn't. I don't think there's enough. Like, if you want to see the scenery, I think that you should do the south, the like not central but South Alberta shit. Go to Banff. Skip miss Calgary unless you're going to Calgary doing the Stampede. Then it's pretty cool. Just fly into Calgary, go straight to Banff, go to the mountains, have the best time. I know that a dude on a family can never get a date. World's weird, man, right? I met someone today said their mom felt the same way when they were our age, and yeah, the world is always going to be worse in some way. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of friends, a lot of the friends that I like, you know, grew up with or whatever. They're super aggressively avoiding starting a family for whatever reason. And they're like mad at Ella and I. They're like, Evan, you want to be a dad one day? Why? Oh my god, why would you do that? I'm like, what the fuck? Kids are awesome, dude. Kids are fucking dope. It's fine to not want to, but like, it's weird that it's being that like I'm the weird one for saying I want to be a dad one day. That's what's weird to me. I don't know, man. I've been doing that shit for thousands of years. I didn't think it was that weird. You know? I'll be a great dad, dude. That'd be so much fun. You kidding? It's weird how we judge what other people want to do with their lives. If you don't want to have kids, people think you're broken. If you do want to have kids, you must be crazy. Yeah, there's no in between. There's no just casual people doing whatever. Right? It's always like, you gotta figure out, you gotta find the explanation for why someone's doing some crazy deviant behavior. Which is always funny to me. Calgary wins for scenery. Edmonton is festival city, so wins for art and culture. Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about Edmonton's festival, but people there speak very highly about it. The various cultures and cool things that you can do there. I haven't been to any big Edmonton's big festivals or anything like that. If you're including Stampede, then it's kind of unfortunate. It's not even a contest, I don't think. Edmonton doesn't really clear that, but if you're talking about smaller things, and Stampede is like more of a entity, a large lumbering entity, then I don't know if I could, you know, I don't know if Calgary could compare to Edmonton for sort of culture and festivals and shit, unless you consider Stampede, and then it clears it by a mile. Joke is the best part of leaving Calgary is living here for what's near. Yeah, actually though. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part, is like there's no real cities to go see in Canada. You know? You wouldn't see, like, Edmonton's trash. Calgary, there's nothing. Fucking Saskatchewan, Regina are both who asked. Winnipeg, you're gonna get stabbed. Hamilton, why didn't you go to Toronto? You know, it's like Vancouver or Toronto, Halifax maybe are like the cities in Canada, like, or Montreal and Quebec City. Well, yeah. Quebec City, meh, but let's just say Montreal. There's like 4 or 5 cities in Canada that are really worth seeing the city part of it, you know? Can't mad at anyone for a decision I made myself. Yeah. We're at the age that our friends are having we're at the age that our friends are having kids on purpose. Wait, what? Wait, what? What the fuck? What kind of friends you chilling out with? All right, sure. Yeah, I guess. All right. Need more of these, like, tarps, flags, things. More of the Nyathar aesthetic here built into it. How's it going, man? I gotta say, I'm all about your environment pieces. Thanks, Taco. Appreciate that. Honestly, the environments are one of my favorite things to do. I always actually wanted to be an environmental artist more than a character artist when I was in, like, university and, like, art school type era. I really, really love drawing environments. Characters, I think, are necessary. They're really fun. But there's like a certain part of me that, like, me and my soul and my passion that is just, I love doing environment pieces. a lot of it's because the environments really tell, like, they paint a picture in a way that immediately puts you in a certain vibe or scene or mood, you know? A breathtaking like vision of some majestic landscape, I find inspires so much adventure. And I try and emulate that with some of my paintings, but this is more of a concept sketch, I think. You know what's wild though, Taco, is there's like all these funny things within art that people will say, or D&D that people will say, that like it's a new generation's way of like addressing something, right? So the example I'd use is like saying OC is not a correct term for D&D characters. OC is a term that's supposed to mean a character that's your original character within a fanfic. So D&Ds don't have OCs. Your D&D character is not your OC. Your D&D character is your D&D character. If you write your own book or your own story and you make characters for it, those are not your OCs. Those are your characters. It's like, it's an incorrect term, but people still use it because that's what they come up on. And I think that it's funny for art as well. People will say stuff that, for me, that like reveals that they never went to formal training. Like, and I'm not shaming them for saying like, tell me you never went to art school. Tell me you're not a like professional artist without telling me. Like, I'm not shaming people for that because everybody has their own journey. But it is funny when people say things that reveal to me they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. And I got complimented at the convention a couple of times where people said like, wow, your backgrounds are super nice. And I'm like, do you mean my environment pieces? Yeah, I like these backgrounds here. And it's so funny when people call it like environment concepts or landscape pieces backgrounds, because I'm like, oh God. Oh God, you got brain rotted by fucking like TikTok or YouTube art school, didn't you? God damn it. But I mean, that's fine because like that's a new era and that they mean the same thing now, kind of. It's just it is funny. So I did get a lot of comments about my environments at the con. People really liked them, and I want to do more for next convention, but I want to have more that have a bit more narrative in them, like things with like dragons or other characters like sort of in and around the environment, you know, doing whatever things they're doing, telling a story of like the place or whatever. Definitely something that I want to do more of, do like more full formal paintings. Even like the painting that I did for the dragon, or the sketch I did of the dragon for Steph, people love those pieces because they have something in them that contextualizes the environment as opposed to just being a landscape, right? You charge more for environment pieces than portraits? Yes, I do, actually. I gotta change that because so I do, and I just remembered that I was going to change this today. Just because of time, they take a lot longer for just requests like this. Obviously, for big full formal painted environments, I don't take those commissions because they're just very involved. But I really should. Here's more commissions. I need to up the price of my landscapes because they are taking me so long. If you guys want the landscape for the original price, you have about 30 seconds to order one before I change this. I need to up because the time is quite a bit more. So, and like I need to grab Silesians and Adurias as examples of why. Because you look at this and you're like, why is that 140? That's fucking dog shit. But I need to change it in the base and go to show off. Yeah. Now we are understanding why this is such a substantial project and why it takes so long. It's a full fucking illustration. Okay. Hey, let's go. Thanks for reminding me. But yeah, I do charge more for locations and environments because they do take me about an hour-ish longer. I don't charge fully representation about time for them because I find them very relaxing to do. Characters can be kind of stressful sometimes, but environments are almost always locations are almost always relaxing for me. So I really like them, but they do still take me a lot longer, unfortunately. Want to learn more about the world with the setting in it, right? You can tell a lot of stories with environments. Never use or even plan to use the word OC. I might say, I love your spot art. That's cool. Yeah, that's fun. What else could be if not a background? Okay, I'm gonna throw myself off a fucking building. I'm getting trolled by my own mods here. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dog. When I think of OC, I flash back to 11 years old, Sabine, hearing people say I made Sailor Earth self-insert to be in Sailor Moon. Exactly. That's the point of it. That's what an OC means. An OC is to contextualize your original character within the realm of a fanfic. So your Sailor Earth is your OC. But if you write your own story or create your own character, that's no longer an OC. That's just a C. Right? So ask, how old are you again? I remember making OCs when I was 15. That was in 2008. I am 35 years old. I turned 35 recently. So, yeah. I was not making OCs in 2008. I was playing D&D and making D&D characters in 2008. But that was around the DeviantArt era. Around the era of Snape Snogger on DeviantArt, when everyone was talking about OCs and shit. So, yeah. I did dream of getting sketches for the other locations of my world, but you've got some expenses at the moment. You've got some. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's totally. I whenever you want me to do location sketches for you, Silesian, I'd be honored. I loved doing that piece for you. But it adds up, right? I get it. I'm not the most affordable artist to have work for you either, so I totally understand. If you're like, yeah, Evan, love your art, but I'm getting someone else to do all my shit for me because, yeah, you fucking overcharging piece of shit. I'm not mad at that either. So, the DeviantArt days, right? Like, actually, I got invited on DeviantArt by a friend of mine who I had to ditch the friendship when she wanted to be blood buddies, which we'd wear a vial of each other's blood around our necks. Okay, dude. Whenever I make the fucking references to having a crazy Wiccan girlfriend in high school, that's what I'm talking about. Oh god, she was fucking insane. Super nice, lovely. I hope she had a great life, but high school her was absolutely fucking insane. And she invited me and got me into DeviantArt, so the people you meet on DeviantArt. How about that, man? Nice finally catch up with stream. Been watching VODs on YouTube and now my art style gradually changed. Oh shit, thanks for watching the VODs. I'm honored to have you here on the actual live stream. Welcome in. Blood what? Yeah, it was like some Vampire the Masquerade shit. I don't know, man. She had a bead curtain. She wanted to cast a protective charm on me with her Wiccan curse book shit, whatever. I don't know. I pieced out of there. I pieced the fuck out of there. You were Wiccan once? Oh no. No, Natasha, did you have the bead curtain? That's the ultimate. Like, if you get invited over to a girl's house and you're in high school and she got crystals, that's fine. You better just know what sign you have in retrograde and be able to bullshit. You better know how to bullshit your astrology the way you bullshit your crypto knowledge with the crypto bros. Because the astrologist girls and the crypto bros are two sides of the same fucking coin, man. You gotta be able to interact with that shit. So if you go over to your friend's house and she's this, like, you know, your hot friend from high school and she's got like a crystals and shit, that's okay. You're in the clear still. But if you have to walk through a bead curtain, if you see a bead curtain, you get the fuck out of there. All right? You peace out. Hey, actually, I gotta go. Oh, we just got here. No, I just remember my dog needs to go to the airport. So I'll see you later. And you fucking leave. You just leave. I'm sorry, man. You leave. If you have to walk through a bead curtain at any point in time. Now, if she has like a crazy like Wiccan mom that has a bead curtain, that's okay. Right? So long as you don't have to pass through the bead curtain. If she has like a bead curtain between like the house and her office or whatever, like the basement or some shit, that's fine. That's fine. Crazy mom, be on guard. Yellow flags up, okay? Shields up, yellow alert. But if you have to cross the threshold of the bead curtain, there's a bead curtain leading into the house or into her room, that's when you're fucking piecing out. Okay? That's when you're out, man. All right? Or if you... Now, okay, so there was also the issue of the Wiccan summoning circle in the middle of the room. There was that too. So maybe it's not just the bead curtain, it's also the Wiccan summoning circle. All right, there was that too. I think it had a pentagram in it, but I don't know. I don't remember. I was very young. I'm trying to wipe this memory from my age. That bead curtain, I just think they're neat. They are neat. They are neat. But we're talking about when you're going over to your hot friend's house in high school. So we're not talking about, you know, functioning adults and shit. We're talking about when your friend who you play World of Warcraft in high school invites you over to her place. That's the specific time we're talking about, you know? Dicked around with rituals and Mother Nature laws of Wiccan. That's dope. That's fucking dope. I have a friend who's a Wiccan. She's a witch, a Wiccan. I don't know how to describe it. She fucking hates it whenever I shit talk like Wiccan shit. She loses her mind. She can't take a joke, and she watches my VOD sometimes, and I hear about it later on Discord. She'll be like, "Hey, motherfucker, don't think I don't know what you're saying about this shit." Now, dude, she's down queuing out for that Jesus stuff, though. Jesus bead curtain, you're getting into a cult. Oh, yeah, bead curtains are, you gotta be careful, man. Sometimes they're fine, you know? Right? Just into the 90s unbanned boho grunge aesthetic with bongos, turtlenecks, and soul patch. That's fine. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, you're good. No, that's fine. Yeah. Listen, not everyone with a bead curtain is crazy. We're just talking about the specifics, like, is it a good idea to go over to your hot friend's house and play World of Warcraft there with her on your laptop if she has a bead curtain? That's more specifically what we're talking about. So, yeah. Absolutely, I'm just not buying art at all because passports are $260. God damn. Get your passport renewed for $260? Fuck, dude. Are you at least going somewhere fun that you need a passport for, Silesian? Is that on the books, on the horizon? Tell me there's at least a reason that you're buying a passport. Like going on an adventure to I don't know where the country is you go on adventures to. I thought of like 8 countries just now, but I realized none of them are adventures. Shit. Yeah, wait, hold on. Whoops. Like, that's not adventure. That's not adventure. That's not adventure. Ah, shit. Ah, damn it. Are there any more adventures out there? Fly to Alaska. Oh, that's right. Alaska. Okay. Wait. Are you going through Canada? I thought you were American, Silesian. I could be wrong, but I thought you were American. You don't need to get a passport to fly to non-continental US if you're American, right? Isn't that even crazy? I don't know. Time when I thought Wiccans were John Wick fandoms. That's hilarious. I fucking love that. What's up, Goodio? What's going on? Hello. Good to see you. Yeah, wait a minute. Monka, Alright. We're slowly getting these flags in here. This is an excruciatingly fine-tuned process of detailing, but damn it, it's gonna be worth it. I don't care. Oh, this goes over this. I'm stupid. Well... glad I rendered that all out for no reason. Cool. Nice job, Evan. This is why you're a professional artist. The fuck? Alright. Didn't waste too much time on it, though. But the USA enacted a real ID thing, and now you need a special ID or passport or even travel between states. Really? You can't use your driver's license. Huh. Interesting. Y'all's for new IDs are booked for months, so what passport? Oh, I see. Okay, to get that. Okay. Interesting. All right. Well. Right. I forgot about Alaska. I'm sorry. Sometimes details like that miss me, and I'm like, wait, I knew that. They'll ask you again in a week. Where are you going, Silesian? I apologize. Sometimes I get streamer brain in the middle of stream. It's hard to remember previous conversations in depth. And I always feel really bad about it. I don't want people to think that I wasn't paying attention or whatever, you know? Shall fight the urge and keep the peace. Wait. What? The chaos. Okay, well, excellent. Good. Good. I like to hear. I hope this is satisfying to watch on the recording. I still haven't made a video from Selesian's castle in the Aster Vale, but I'm really hoping that these like recordings of the locations are satisfying to watch. I think. Here procrastinating. Yep, good, excellent. Wait, no, get after it. Get your stuff done, bro. What are you doing? One thing at a time. The world waits for no one. You have many things to get to. I, for one, find landscapes fascinating to watch. Well, that's good. Let's see if YouTube agrees, alright? I need to get some YouTube videos up, bro. Can you believe that I'm not even at 10,000 subscribers on YouTube? I felt humiliated to talk to Dungeon Dad at, you know, at, GameCon. If somebody else, I don't expect you to recall it. Well, I still feel bad because I would prefer to be able to not need to ask people with details again. It feels disrespectful, Selesian. Yeah, thanks, Steph. I appreciate it. Thanks, appreciate that. Being frustrated doing some writing because I kept making mistakes and my dyslexia was having a bad day. Oof. Well, sometimes you gotta take that break. Fresh eyes. Walk away from the project, maybe. I get that. There's many times that I need to walk away from a project for a couple days or whatever. So I like to have my coffee commissions or requests up at the same time as regular commissions because it gives me something to do besides Eldara while I'm like letting a commission sort of cool down in my head while I'm walking away from something for a couple days. Been working on the last of this 3 character design piece, the sister. And she's kicking my ass right now. She's like this cool, elegant elf. And I'm going to finish her like approval design this probably tomorrow maybe. But I had to like walk away from her for a couple of days because I just spent like, dude, I spent Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday just grinding away at this character design, trying my absolute best. And I just couldn't get anywhere with it. I just kept making derivative looking sloppy shit. So I decided to put it down and I'll pick it up on the weekend and I'll finish it. The fuck? Wait, what? What the fuck just happened in chat? Alright. Okay. How did... Okay. Thank you, Ella, for whatever the fuck that was. Appreciate it, Ella. For helping stuff out there. Hear all good stuff. I'm just confused. Sloppy shit didn't know my cat was here? Damn, bro. Nah, doing character design's tough sometimes. I'm doing my best with some projects right now. Really, really big, ambitious project, but oh my god, it's kicking my ass. I hope it's not pressure. I hope that I'm not like crumbling on this piece because there's too much pressure to finish it, or to not finish it, but like so many eyes are gonna be on it. I hope it's just like a difficult piece. I never want to like feel like I'm unable to take like big, like high pressure pieces. So I think it's just the design for it, but I don't know. I'm gonna try my best, man. I'm gonna try my best. Got this, King. I believe in you. Thanks, dude. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I mean, like, yeah, like high pressure projects don't really bother me. I don't think anyway. I'm just trying to figure out why this is why this thing is kicking my ass. I never feel like nervous, like truly nervous when my work is like being seen by a lot of people, just because I've had like big projects in the past through my graphic design days. Oh, we got temples going. These little boys looking cool, man. Oof. I'm pleased with our process here. Open Dyslexic, that's the font. Someone mentioned that to me yesterday. Or yesterday? Not yesterday. I wasn't live yesterday. The day before. There we go. The day before. Someone mentioned something about a dyslexia font or whatever. Not keyboard, was cat. She had her paw on your enter key. That's... Okay. That's funny. Oh, right. Steph's TikTok famous cat. I forgot. Yeah. She's looking cool. Thanks, Brooklyn. Appreciate it. Glad you like it. Yeah, I think we did pretty good with our references here. Yeah, man. Did pretty good with our references so far. I think I need to add some more of the spirally shapes like we had from... Ooh, where is it? Oh, crap. No, I closed the Instagram thingy. Fuck.
God, ice packs feel so good with how hot it is.
God.
Also need to do this as I am late. Ahem.
Yes.
Step high.
Say.
Vandal heart.
Please do not have conversations with each other through TTS. This is degenerate. Please do not make conversing with one another a pay-to-win process. There we go. So I need more of these spiral patterns, I think, through here. And then some of the more of the convex. Or concave things. Okay. Okay, I know what to do. TTS chats, let's do it. No, it's too expensive. TTS will increase in price. I had a conversation with streamer. They're like, bro, you gotta make your TTS more expensive. It's like, no, never. Like, bro, 500 bit minimum.
That's giving me vibes of the villages of Final Fantasy X a little bit.
Ooh,
also,
that's a compliment.
I have to be the degen, Evan.
Yes.
Who else is going to do it? D.
That's a good point. You're right. If not you, then who? Ooh, the responsibility you take is great and approved of. Your nobility shines bright. Thank you, Mel. Gratefully, your VODs have helped me designing characters and art direction for my fantasy world building. That's dope, dude. I'm glad. Damn, I'm really happy to hear that. I know that people watch the VODs, but sometimes I can't, like... I don't get a chance to, like, talk to you guys or, like, thank you for being at the VOD or whatever. So I always say welcome back to the stream, welcome back to the VOD, because I know there are some of you guys out there. So I'm glad I could help in some way. It's cool you're making a world, though. That's pretty dope, actually. You know? Village remind me of sunflowers or chrysanthemums haven't fully opened. Also the village at the beginning of Chrono Cross. Ooh, more JRPG vibes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Final Fantasy X, Chrono Cross, these are places that I don't mind being accused of referencing. I really wish I could get a Final Fantasy X art book, but I don't know. Like, does one exist?
I don't know if it is so much noble. Someone gave me the responsibility and didn't want it back. So it isn't so much I wanted it, it was more a job that kept passing hands until it reached my hands. And I'll be damned if I do a bad job, smile. You're mute, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, bro. Yeah, shit. I don't know how big these books are, because there is not one for Final Fantasy X. A Chrono Cross art book would be like actually dope, you know? Oh wait, is this a YouTube video? Oh my god, okay, one sec. Okay. Oh, that's tiny. Ooh, I don't like that. Oh, it's a Japanese art book. Oh, why do they have to be so tiny, dude? Let's see it. Okay. I don't care about the illustrations, I care about the concept. Let me see. Okay, very cute. Still an illustration. Ugh. Okay. Japanese art books are very hit and miss. Some of them are lovely, others are just not great. I'm airing this one on the side of not great, to be honest, because it has probably more like level designy stuff, like 3D model stuff for, yeah. Yeah, this is not what I want out of an art book. I want concept development. This is cool. Okay, hold on. Okay, maybe there's, okay, you know what? All right, never mind. They pulled it. Okay, now we're not doing so well. Okay, this is a real an emotional roller coaster of concept development. Oh, okay, we're back. Actual concept development. All right, okay, man. There's a little lull in the middle that was kind of losing me for a bit, and some storyboarding. Ooh, I love this shit. Japanese storyboard books are some of the best out there. I have a Gundam storyboard book that I didn't realize, but this thing is a fucking collector's item now. Holy fuck. But it's lovely. Okay. And then there's even some figures and stuff and some merch. That's cool. All right. Maybe this book is worth it. I don't love how tiny it is, but I might contemplate it. There is a contemplation to be had. The brain cell is active. It's slowly forming in me right now. Dude, I can't wait to be able to make an art book. I can't fucking wait. Yeah. Would there be one for Final Fantasy X Part 2? Final Fantasy X 2? I don't think so. I don't think there's one for Final Fantasy X 2. Flail Fantasy. Final Fantasy X 2 art book. I think there were the strategy guides, but I don't see any kind of visual collection or art book or anything.
I sent you a link to the closest thing I was able to find for Final Fantasy X.
Okay. Where is this? Where is your stream topics? I don't see shit. DMs? Oh, okay. Oh god, where are my DMs? Which one are you? Fuck. Oh, most recent. Okay, that works. All right, what is this? Sky Final Fantasy boxed second. And do I want Amazon? Yes, trust links from Amazon, I think. Send me visit site. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I mean, so like I have this. So this is yeah. That's this right here. Yeah, maybe, do they have some Final Fantasy X stuff in here? Hold on. Does he develop? Okay, hold on. We have 3 books. We have Sky 1, 2, and 3. So I'm guessing it'll be in part 3. Ooh, God, I never bring these books out. I'm guessing we're chilling in part 3. Because I see Cloud on the cover. Let's see if we have some Final Fantasy X 2 and 10 stuff in here. I mean, like, that's Yuna, so yeah, we got some Yuna shit. But this is all Amano stuff. And Yoshitaka Amano is a great illustrator and character designer, but the non-conventional art style that he uses, the painting style that he uses, is not great for visual development. It's great for narrative sort of description, but not for visual development. Okay, there's not much in here, unfortunately. Yeah, rip. We tried. Good call on it, but unfortunately nothing in there. Nothing we can use. Fuck, man. Yeah, I really wish there was one for Sphera. Because like Final Fantasy X was amazing for its concept development. Sphera is one of the most well thought out worlds from a visual development standpoint, I think. I enjoy it. There's this one, I don't know what this is though. I saw this Final Fantasy X and X-2 art collection. But I don't know what this, like, not for resale. This must have come with something. Like, I wonder where this came in, like what box set or something this came from or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. Fuck, man. I want me my Final Fantasy X. There is like, okay, wait, there is. So I have these. I wonder if the remastered editions and the guidebooks will have most of the concept visual development stuff in there. Right? Recently purchased a bunch of the 14 art books. They're just too dang pretty. Picked 4 of them. Stormblood's a fair one. Yeah, I have everything, I think. I don't think Dawn Trail's out yet. I have everyone from Realm Reborn all the way up. And they're great. I highly recommend the 14 art books. They're all, I mean, I have Endwalker. Like the project I'm doing, I was referencing some designs from Endwalker. Literally last night. It's why it's on the floor next to my desk. It's because I was referencing some designs here. The spine broke in this book. I'm really mad about that. I need to get a new one now.
Yeah,
but
it seemed Google kept referring to the personal art book of Yoshitaka rather than the game itself.
Yeah, weird. Huh.
I saw for one on Final Fantasy IX, but that's as early as I could find it.
Yeah.
Then there is the art collection one, but makes me wonder if it just shows screenshots of the game itself.
Probably, yeah. There's also these. Yeah. The Ultimania archives. These are cool, but like you said, a lot of more screenshots and things like that. So where's 10? This is 12. Okay, so like there's a little bit of that for yeah, I mean, like, there's a little bit of storyboarding and stuff in here. The Ultimania archive. But a lot of it's, like, game dev stuff. There's not a ton of concept art in here. There's a little bit. Like this is cool, you know? These, like, skyship concepts. Or the Wingulls ship or whatever. No, that was 10-2. Yeah. Some Sin designs. Not a ton. A bit of visual development. This is I think the closest to it is the Lady Unalesca. Oh no. Early designs for Riku, Auron. Yeah, nothing really like dope in here for that.
Yeah, sadly the visual arts Japanese book is all screen captures of different parts of the game.
Oh, lame.
Frown.
Lame, dude. Come on, what the fuck? This is kind of cool though. All the different like covers of the games. So, Fire Emblem book was pretty cool. Yeah, I have a couple of Fire Emblem books, I think. I mean, there's like a lot of really good art books that I have for games. Still think the prequel trilogy art books are the best art books that I have. A lot of the ones made by Dark Horse. So like Bravely Default, Bravely Second, those are great ones. Fire Emblem, the Zelda ones, those are all Dark Horse. The Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order and Survivor ones are great. There's like I could make a tier list of my art books, I think. I put the Art of Anthem right at the bottom. God of War is an amazing one. Yeah, I don't have God of War the Ragnarok book, but from what I recall seeing a lot of like pictures of it, it had a lot of like in-game screenshots and stuff, and not as much concept. It's part of that weird era. Like the late PS4, early PS5 games really have this unfortunate sort of like problem with their art books being mostly like in-game models and shit like that. I don't know why people want to see a 3D model. Like, I don't know. An art book that really disappointed me was Final Fantasy 15's. Is that... Oh no, I have Final Fantasy 16's art book. Okay, I don't have Final Fantasy 15's art book actually. I don't have almost anything to do with Final Fantasy 15. It's I never really like I never played it or anything. I just know like the memes and shit. So I don't know. Mark Taro Holmes' book is one of my favorites, and Fundamentals of Creative Design by 3D Total. Mark Taro Holmes, I don't have that one. I have a bunch of old like non-IP art books from the early 2000s and early 2010s, but not a ton of books from from the newer kind of era of like non-IP artists. So it's had a bunch of renders and screenshots from the game. That's so gross. There's like there's an art book that I have that I hate for some dipshit French game. I think it's called The Art of Remember Me. I think it is, but it's basically all that. It's like in-game renders for stuff. Just absolute non-creative kind of like assets. Like I don't care about seeing the assets, dude. So you have Mark Taro Holmes. I bought it for you last year. Oh, that's the one. Okay, all right. That's a dope ass book. Yes. Okay. Thank you. All right. I know that was the name of it, but yes, that's a good fucking book. And okay, yeah, you just had to remind me of names because okay, cool. Yep, excellent. Okay, yeah, now I'm caught up. Wow, Evan, what am I supposed to remember the fucking name of every artist that I have a book for? No, you can't shame me for that. I'm so past. I'm post feeling bad about not remembering artists' names. I'm so fucking past it. I'm over it. You show me the art or whatever, I remember, but if you show me or if you tell me a name, there's no fucking chance I'm remembering that shit. So maybe one day the Evan Blair art book will be good shit. We'll see.
I'm the D-Gen. I have to give you shit, lol. D.
Wait, what's your bid badge? Sunstone? Okay, you can give me shit. Sure, I guess. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, sure. Yeah, whatever, man. You know, shit talking is pay to win in this chat. We all know that, right? I'll buy your book only to forget your name in return. Excellent. Good. That's what I'd like to hear. That's what I want. Alright, guys. I think that's where we're going to leave it today. My wrist is starting to cramp a little bit. I'm not going to push it. With all the work I need to do this weekend, I'm not going to really shove myself into the wall on this piece. So that was good shit, man. But that is where we're going to end it for the week. So I'm sorry I wasn't live yesterday. That fucking sucked. Surprise internet issues, right?
Is this going to be on the test when we buy the EBA book, Kevin?
Yes.
XD, we need to forget your name.
Someone will, man. I don't know. I don't know, dog. Thanks for the bits, Bell. Appreciate it, dude. Thanks for shooting today. Thanks for chilling, Dury. I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks for the project. One day I'll release an art book and Evan will be like, who the fuck are you? Already who asked, right? Alright, guys. Have a great weekend. Enjoy whatever you're doing this weekend. Do it with the utmost of
Didn't
Jesus.
see that one coming, did you?
Fuck. No.
Okay, a present. Happy
Jesus.
birthday, Evan.
Good
Do you have
God.
a good weekend.
You're 1,000 bits, Mel. Holy shit. Jeez, man. I appreciate that. Have a good weekend too, Mel. Hope you have a lovely time doing your writing and everything, all the planning and whatnot. But yeah, thanks for chilling, guys. I appreciate it. I'll see you all on Monday. We're going to do some pretty deep Realms of Eldar projects. Also getting the card, the TCG ready. Well, it's not like just TC, not TCG, I guess, or whatever. So, you streamed tomorrow to make up for yesterday? No, I don't think I usually don't stream on the weekends, like at all, ever, really. I don't know. Maybe I should once in a while. Once I hit partner, then I can stream whenever I want. Okay. So if you guys want me to stream on the weekends, then get that fucking partner badge going, man, motherfuckers. All right, guys. Catch you later. I will see you all on Monday morning at 9 a.m. PST. Have a great weekend. And until next time, my friends. Farewell.